Oh. Don't mind me, guys. Don't mind me. Haircut. No, it's just wet. You guys are... You do this every time. You guys who watch me regularly know that my hair looks... It poofs up when it's dry. It's just wet. I was just in the shower. Fuck. Did you see that SJP is now starting to ask for the removal of Jewish community centers on college campuses as part of protest demands? Link me or I don't believe you. Were they Jewish or were they like pro-Israel? Like, it's not like there's no way they were like, remove this fucking synagogue space. Unless they did actually lose the plot. Who knows? Listen, the left and the right, they do anti-Semitism in very different ways, okay? That's all I'm saying. Oh, what are we watching? I need to eat something, so we're gonna watch... How long of a ceasefire are we talking? 1 second. 1 second. How long of a ceasefire? I don't actually think this one has a definite timeline. Not that I saw. Who knows? But I have been gathering a lot of sources about the blockade measures and sugar and cookies. So that'll be fun. Because you know what? We might be both sidesing. Lorna got hit by a stray in Dustin's tweet. Did I? Trying to come across a serious person the same level as well-read academics by citing a Lonerbox video. Too cool. Whoa. How do you say... How do you spell irreparable? Irreparable. Okay, Jesus Christ. Fuck me, I just... Oh. Hmm. Hope this helps. Your admirable charitable typing is wasted. I know. Uh... All right. I did catch a stray, didn't I? They're everywhere. What are your thoughts on Steven Soccer? He seems like a pretty clever guy. Grills people, you know? What the fuck am I watching? Ah. Oh my god. Hassan versus Asmongold. No, not yet. Later. Oh yeah. I just wanted to let you guys know. We'll talk about it later. I don't think Hamas were using cookies to make rockets. Okay. I think the more we look into the evidence, we are going to find out that it's pretty unlikely that they were doing that. I will also say the propaganda goes both ways. The more I read about this, I'm like, why the fuck, if you're trying to characterize the entire blockade, would Omar Badar only seem to want to talk about a bunch of blockade measures that haven't been in place for over 10 years? He is right that a bunch of trivial items were not being allowed into Gaza for a period of time, one of which was cookies, even though that's not entirely true either. We'll get into that too. Cookies were actually allowed in, only conditionally, but, well, biscuits. But those measures they're mostly gone. They're mostly gone. They've been gone for like 10 years. So I'm probably going to do a both sides call out Twitter thread thing about, because I think that whole discussion is such a strong indicator for why these propaganda games are just so fucking stupid. But we'll see. Where is counterpoints? Damn. Rare President Sunday W. Look at him go. Catching strays for not using microaggressions as anti-Semitism. What? Hang on. I'll just let people in to talk. 1 second. Fuck. Short debate about protests. Nah, wait. Hello.
Hello.
Did you want to talk to me about something, or do you just want to talk? Because I've got a sandwich here that I need to eat.
I want to talk about the cookies. I found something.
What'd you find?
The human rights organization Gisha did a freedom of information request to the Israeli government in 2010, and it reveals the procedure for and like the how they determined what was allowed in, and like what the procedure looked like. And I think it kind of destroys both sides of this cookie argument, because it seems like the Israeli government wasn't. First of all, they let sugar in, like real sugar, so the cookie thing is silly. Why would they refine cookies to get the sugar out? But
just before I, whoa, which Gisha page do you have? Because I've opened like 5 here.
This is the re-administrative petition 2744 Gisha versus Ministry of Defense transfer of documents. I'll just link it.
Yeah, link it, please. Thank you. Don't think I have that one.
Just DM it to you. If this, by the way, this link I found the VPN, or not, sorry, for whatever reason the request blocked me when I wasn't using a VPN. So if that doesn't work, let me know. I can send you the
archive. Yeah, I got it.
Okay, cool.
This is not one I've read. This is long. Holy shit.
So basically, it describes they didn't use a blacklist according to this. Instead, what they did is they categorized basically what do people need. They say there's this category, this category, this category. We need these categories fulfilled to sustain life. And then what they did is they said how many calories are needed to sustain life in this strip. They used like some Palestinian Bureau of Statistics thing for estimating that. And then they say, okay, we need to let in amounts from this category, this category, this category to meet the calorie requirement. And then they say, okay, we need to let in things to meet those categories. How do we do that? Well, we just have this nice little white list that says, let this stuff in. This will meet the requirements. And so anything not on that list would be subject to like not being let in. And so they just had blanket excuse to just say, no, we're not letting this in. So it's not like the Israeli authorities were like, I hate Palestinian children, so we're not going to let cookies and toys in. It's more like, I'm a lazy bureaucracy who wants this to implement this draconian security policy. So if it's not on the list, it's not going in. So it defeats the whole narrative that they were targeting Palestinian children's cookies, but it also points out that sugar was explicitly on this list of this white list. So there is real sugar going in. So why refine cookies? The whole point is stupid. It's an optic L for Destiny and like the Zionist people, but it's also disingenuous from the like Omar Badar guys to bring this up. And it's moot because this yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's what it seems to be. So the page 20 is the whitelist.
Page 20. Okay. So why did they do it that way? Why did they is that just because they didn't want to go through the hassle of allowing imports from a whole bunch of organizations, or what?
This is speculation, because it doesn't explicitly say in the document, but that seems to be what it seems to be. It's easier bureaucratically to say, rather than creating an infinite blacklist, because every time there's something not on the blacklist, like you got to determine what to do with that. But even if it's like, oh, this is like a I don't know, like rocket fuel 2 that doesn't use sugar and fertilizer or something. I don't know. But it's on the list, so we let it in. It's easier for them to just say, here's some shit that's allowed in. We let this in. Other stuff, no. Deal with it.
Right? Okay. So if you're going to speculate about why they made this whitelist as seemingly, it's not that small. It's quite small. Do you think part of this was like just practical or punitive? I think it's probably both.
Yeah, I think it's both. I think the overall objective of the policy is probably, at least on paper, not punitive. I think it's probably just practical. But I have no doubt that, one, the size and content of the list and the lack of care and regard for people is kind of like a fuck them type like attitude. So it's a mixture, and I'm sure there's like explicitly malicious people in the officials that drew up this policy. Like I find that I don't think that's a big stretch, but I do think like the overall motivation of this policy is probably just like this bureaucratic nonsense. So
It's also
but
weird that
that's
some spices are allowed, but I think other ones weren't. Yeah, okay. So they allowed
and I
za'atar,
think
obviously.
yeah. The reason though, like, is it's not like they're like, haha, cumin. Nope. It's that they're like, okay, what spices do we need? Okay, there's these ones. And then oh, cumin's not on there? Oh well. That's what I think the framing is. When we because the difference between a whitelist and a blacklist is that is this kind of like intentionality and maliciousness that we can ascribe to it, I think. But again, there's always like the whitelist and a blacklist can be effectively this equivalent. But I just think rhetorically and like from a policy perspective, when analyzing intentions, I think it's a huge difference.
Okay. Fuck. What am I gonna say? Have you? Who's Gisha? What? I don't know anything. I don't know who they are. I just been reading 5 of their things. I don't actually know who they are. What do they do?
They're like I don't know a lot either, but it seems they're a like a nonprofit type human rights organization that is focused on primarily the movement of Palestinians between the West Bank, freedom of movement between the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and particularly focusing on issues in the Gaza Strip. But they're Israeli based, so it's like it's another like internal Israeli group that is advocating for Palestinian rights. The thing is, though, this is not Gisha. Well, this the translation is Gisha's, but this is like this is a document that the Ministry of Defense sent because the courts required it. So it's not. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah.
Sorry, chat. I'm so sorry. I have to say that all again. Okay. I'm looking at 2010, and when after Flotilla. I think Flotilla was before summer 2010, right? The Flotilla incident. And it seems that after that, Israel was pressured to ease off the blockade to get rid of some of these like trivial bans. And it looks like the person who brokered that deal to start loosening the blockade with all people was Tony Blair, the Middle East, because he was Middle East envoy, the peace envoy for the Middle East. But when I get to 2013, I look at this similar list, like a list of dual use items, and it doesn't look like any of them that I've noticed so far are trivial in any sense. It's all just like chemicals, industrial forms for pouring, steel cables, trailers or shipping containers. Like,
Yeah.
do you know anything about post 2012, 13?
I don't. All I know is that this policy seemed to have been scrapped in response to the pressure from the flotilla incident.
Okay.
But this seems to be what they're focusing on when they're talking about the cookie stuff and the toys. So, yeah, I haven't looked into that yet. But I think this is interesting. Regardless, it's just everybody's wrong.
Yeah. And now, like, have you noticed that everyone's putting out this thing that, like, oh, do you know where Hamas gets their rocket explosives for? They get it from unexploded Israeli munitions. I'm like, okay, and is it is it Israel's fault that Hamas turns them into rockets and indiscriminately fires them for no apparent gain? Like, it's so stupid.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how people don't like. I find it hard to trust anything with this stuff. Like when anyone says anything about it, I have to go look at it myself because like this something like this should be easily reported. But instead, like I go through all these articles saying like cookies are banned and they're like the Israel government is awful, or I'll read like some like Zionist like posts that has some weird like the rocket fuel thing. That's like, but then it's like okay, rocket fuel. They let sugar in, but let's say they're making the cookies using sugar. But what about like ships? Like, are they breaking down starches somehow into simple sugars? And then, like, I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
it's just very unlikely, is it? I mean, we know they use sugar because I think the main rocket they used up until 2009 2010 was sugar and potassium nitrate, right? Fertilizer. That was the
yeah, but they have
propellant.
sugar. They're letting sugar in on the blockade. So
Mhm,
it's in
mhm.
this list.
Yeah, and that's what. Yeah, yeah. So I doubt
And
they. And it's also when you think about how much sugar you would need. Like I think it was like a fistful for a grenade, right? And that guy said 20 times that for a rocket, and maybe 40 times for a big rocket. And then I'm like, how many fucking biscuits do you need to process to get that much sugar? Yeah, you need like thousands of them.
no.
But yeah.
I think the other important point that just makes this whole discussion like useless is that do we have a single example of Hamas doing this
No.
with like cookies or like actually like extracting sugar from something, and not just using raw sugar?
Yeah, we know that
Like,
no, we don't. Yeah, we know that they've used pipes, but not cookies. No. And yeah,
right.
sugar. Well, there was a guy who it was that video of the guy in Syria, right? Who's like he used to fight in Palestine, but then he went into Syria instead, and he was using sugar, but not extracted sugar, as far as I can tell.
Right. It's the extraction process. Like, it seems wild to like. I feel like if you're going to speculate, that's not something you should be just assuming people are doing, even if it's technically possible. It just seems so far fetched.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Destiny's kind of trapped himself rhetorically by going down that road. No,
because Hamas brags about their innovations, don't they? They brag about their weapons, about their manufacturing industry within Gaza, and how they can build all their own guns and shit like that in factories in the tunnels. They brag about how when a building gets blown up by the IDF, they'll just take all the scrap from it and repurpose it for military purpose. Like they brag about this stuff all the time. They film themselves digging up pipes to turn into rockets. Like yeah, but.
Not
but
to mention, the IDF would also be screaming from the rooftops about this. If like they'd be like, "Hey, we're banning cookies because they're turning them into rocket fuel," but I don't see any official statements saying that. Maybe I missed that, but it seems like there's an incentive on both sides to publicize this if it's the case.
Yeah. If anyone can figure out, actually, tell you what's that video of the guy? There's someone's saying there's no proof they banned cookies specifically. Well, it's that they didn't ban things, they just didn't whitelist things. But I think in 2010, this is one here, May 2010, biscuits are on the list of prohibited items, but they caveat and say that biscuits, paper, and chocolate were permitted, but they had to be for international organizations, not by private merchants. So they were partially blocked. But there's nothing about cookies. I guess cookies are biscuits. Like they're considered biscuits.
Keep in mind, Lunarbox, that is not a that list there is not like a internal government list. That's approximated from analyzing what goods were able to get in and out from Palestinian traders. So it's not a perfect. Again, if this whitelist policy was in place at this point, it's not that there was a biscuit ban. It's that biscuits weren't getting through because they weren't on the whitelist.
Yeah.
Sometimes would get through, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So it's a different framing. I think it's better to lead with the whitelist, and then you can look at what actually made it through in practice.
Yeah.
Than it is to say this is the list, because this isn't the list, right? It's an approximation of like in practice what the list would look like.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna probably make a timeline on. Yeah, I know it's a deduced list. It's okay. So I'll probably look at I'll look at the timeline. So blockade, flotilla, then Gisha getting their estimates in, explaining the whitelist, what you can deduce from the whitelist, and also just the fact that this is all old news. Like fucking, oh god, it's over 10 years ago. And you know what? As much as Destiny, as much as silly as he looks, trying to say that like with no evidence that cookies are being used to make rockets, that Omar guy, the fact that the only measures of the blockade he wants to talk about are ones that haven't been in place for 10 years. Like what a fucking, he won't even acknowledge that the military, like dual use military items. He's just like, we're only allowed to talk about the cookies. It's so transparently like propagandist fucking bullshit, but yeah, whatever.
Yeah, it's frustrating. I wish Destiny would have came up with a counter to that before the debate, because he did talk to Omar earlier, and I think he also brought up the cookies and that talk as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think with no research, you could have just said, based on at least Israeli history, is like, well, yeah, I'd imagine some of it's punitive and some of it's security based, like everything Israel does in terms of like harsh measures, right? Like, it's probably
Yeah.
fair that they're restrictive of concrete and steel and electrical supplies and anything else, or like flammable stuff, but then. It's also the case that they want to put pressure on their political enemies. Like, it's something that they've done throughout fucking history, like since the beginning almost. So
I also think it's super easy to just say, hey, this is probably a heavy-handed policy that they shouldn't have done, and they stopped doing it.
yeah,
So.
they stopped doing it. Yeah, because Tony Blair, because Daddy-O Tony Blair made them stop. Fucking, oh god, I'm gonna make a thread. It's gonna make everyone mad. Oh yes, we'll tag them and all, fight on all fronts. Okay.
Awesome.
What else?
Yeah, that's all I have for you. I made a post on the Destiny subreddit about it. And they seem receptive. So.
What's a example of a punitive measure that Israel's done in the past historically?
Well, when they would do those raids into villages in the West Bank to respond to Fedayeen attacks, I think it was.
Yeah,
they
blowing
would
up
just
houses,
destroy
right?
the whole village.
Yeah. They would, yeah. Was it they would blow up the houses of the Fedayeen, or just every? Did they ever blow up an entire village, like every house?
I don't know.
And
They would. I think it was indiscriminate. There's it's in Righteous Victims. There's an example. It was Dion, but Sharon did a lot of that stuff too.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. You probably find examples in that chapter.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, thanks for listening. Hope it's a little helpful.
Yeah. Definitely is. Thank you.
Okay, take care.
All right. Bye. Okay. Let's start our notes, and then we'll just smash. I'm probably going to need to get that Twitter check mark because how much does it cost? I think given the amount of detail Destiny did have straight in a 2-hour convo, would be kind of sad if the cookies is the only takeaway. Yeah, well, that's what happens. People like their clippable moments and shit. All right. What do I even put this under? Does it go under war crimes, IHL? Not really. This is a whole separate thing, right? The blockade. I don't even want to get into the legal question. As far as I know, the legal question on the blockade is that Palmer said it was legal, at least part of it was, and other people said it wasn't. It's like, oh, okay, well, thanks. Helpful. The cookies. Okay, guys. Timeline. When was the blockade put into place? Blockade. Well, it was put into place before Hamas. But took power, but it was enhanced. So people tend to refer to the 2007, right? Cookie Gate. Around 2005. Partial blockade in 2005. Fully place after Hamas takeover. Okay. Let's just go quick. What does this say? Does this even say what the wiki said? It doesn't mention 2005 at all. Wiki's actually not trustworthy on this anymore. Not for fine details anyway. Might give you a gist, but fuck's sake. Oh, this is a different one. Is there a blockade here? No. Gaza? This is just like closures. So I put partial blockade measures. Okay. Then, flotilla incident, Gaza. May. Then, flotilla incident. Let's just put that there. Why not? Ugh. All right. Speaking of the blockade, this is my favorite picture from 2007. That's Aberdeen. Shut up. Is that me in 2007? Huh. Yeah, I've had a million people telling me that it's actually very easy to extract sugar from cookies. Okay, let's just. When you're as deep as lichen, there's no coming back. How is lichen deep? What? I think it's. Use cookies to make rockets. More to follow shortly. I feel like we gotta hype, you know? We have to hype our inject when we inject ourselves into the discourse, you know? You have to do what boxers do and be like, listen, here's my preview, okay? Here's my preview, you know, get people interested, get people like, oh, this guy's got something to say. What's he gonna say? What's he coming out with? What's next? I'll watch the space. This is the promo video. Yeah, this is like in wrestling when The Undertaker's died for the 7th time, and then just like 6 months later, in the middle of a match, all the lights go down, and you hear his gong, and then the lights come, and there's some lightning, and then the lights come back up, and everyone's scared. That's where we're at, right? That's what we're doing here. You spent 10 minutes researching and can now safely say Hamas never did it. I can say I don't think. Sorry, wait. There, that better? I think it's very unlikely. Okay. More to follow shortly. Let's go. Is Destiny streaming today? I'll probably do my thread and then maybe say hello about it. Okay. Anyway, let's continue. So, that was misinformation. What? That picture of the tunnel? Where's it from? Well, I said it's unrelated, okay? It's fine. No one needs to know where it's from. It was 2013, not 2007. Okay. It'll come up on bridges and you can call in. Okay. What's happening on bridges today? Whatever. All right. I don't care. So, 2009, actually. Okay. 2009 Haaretz article. Lots of trivial items not allowed in Gaza. Books, musical instruments, I think it was. Clothes. Merchants are forbidden from importing anything not listed as food, medicine, or detergent. Blah, 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 blah. For commercial items now allowed. Kogat refused the request for okay. What did they refuse? Kogat being shady. Not shady, that's anti-Semitic. Kogat being about items. About list of items. Opaque. What do I look like to you? I didn't go to private school, okay? I don't say opaque. But toys. Building materials, electrical appliances. Oh. Imported through tunnels. Many banned item products imported through tunnels. Pasta. Briefly forbidden. Bidden, but allowed after Kerry spoke up in February. Tea, coffee, sausages, semolina, milk products in large packages, most baking products. Okay. Tea, coffee, sausages, semolina, milk. Most baking products. You had a no! I'll just let chat answer next time. So, industrial commodities, manufacturing, food product. Okay, blah, 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 blah. UNRWA, stats, don't need that. Fucking Egypt. Restricting movement. Does not limit gas and fuel. But Egyptian fuel is heavier than Israeli fuel. It damages cars and causes malfunctions. Interesting. Toilet paper. Let's say ban on, because it's not really a ban. Well, it kind of is, but it's a ban by implication. Paper, diapers, and sanitary napkins. Lifted. After lifted. A lot more than detergents, soaps. Here we go. Sugar, not banned. Very important. Okay, good. Good speed, Lorner Box. Well done. So 2010 articles are going to take up a lot of space because this is June. Okay, let's say June. No, wait. Is this American dates or fucking English date? I don't care. Summer. I'll just say June. Some items allowed, now allowed in, including cookies. So we're talking 14 years since this cookie ban. Okay, but that's the essence of the blockade, right? That's the quintessential blockade item. Fuck's sake. Both sides, man. Both sides. 1 year of no cookies. No, it would have been 3 years. It would have been since 2007, because that's when the full blockade was put in. Omar and Ryan haven't updated their notes since then. No, they have. It's just, again, the propaganda machine. It's like you always have to take the most extreme example and act as if that is the quintessential example, like illustration of what's happening. All right. Cookies, spices, soda, juice, sweets, and more. What's the more? 3-year blockade, okay? Jam, shaving cream, chips. I'm saying crisps, I don't care. We want Israel to lift the ban on textile. Okay. Some items still fucked. Textile, clothes, office equipment, paper products, school equipment. Israel imposed the blockade after Hamas seized control of Gaza. It's been under pressure to ease the embargo following a deadly clash last week with pro-Palestinian activists. So it would be June. Well done, well done, dude. Anonymity. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Excuse me. Didn't mean to smack my mic like that. Passion. July 2010. Whoops. Need the link, please. Whoa. Wait, why is there a comma? You don't do commas there, bro. Okay. Let's move on. July 2010. Israel eases blockade. Consumer goods maintained its limits on building materials. Okay, ban lifted on most consumer goods. Hello.
Yo,
What can I do for you?
just the whole cookie thing. I'm not sure how credible that is that cookies weren't let in. I know that the media reported it, but it's based on a quote from like some Palestinian official.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure if it's true because I sent you the link where biscuits, whatever that means,
Yeah, we're gonna go through that one, yeah, because
were
they're
were
allowed
allowed in.
for they're getting allowed in for international bodies, but not for private merchants, right?
Yeah, I think they were allowed for through aid and stuff like that. But I'm not sure if internet. Yeah, I'm not sure. To be honest, I didn't check that like uh on the thing I sent you if it's like only aid or everyone was allowed. Just look it up.
Yeah, that's kind of funny, isn't it? That they might have actually never been banned. Um,
Yeah,
well,
it's based on a
yeah,
quote.
they might
Like
have
I
never.
told
Yeah,
you,
yeah. Hmm?
like all the media reported it like based off a quote from like a where's the quote? Can't I find it? But yeah, you have it somewhere. Anyways, yeah, try to get a. Okay, anyone in chat here, guys, is from Kogat, served in Kogat. If you
Chat,
are,
you've been
don't be
called
shy.
out. Do you have any Kogat workers? Actually, you know who knows someone from Kogat would be Avi.
Oh yeah, try to get him. Try to get a guy from Kogat.
But
So
yeah, I can DM him. Unless do you have him added?
me, Avi, no, I don't.
Okay. Do you know anyone from Kogat? All right. Uh, if it's not on the whitelist, though, it's not safe to assume that it wouldn't have been allowed in because it's not on the whitelist.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure
Okay.
how it works. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because we'll have to look.
Great.
I'm gonna look at the timeline and see how it all fits in.
Yeah, but I just don't trust like how media reports on things. It's just
Hmm.
yeah, usually it's a quote and then like people Israeli media reports it and then Israeli media reports it, then international media reports it, and then it like the headline gets skewed and skewed and skewed, and it's like becomes like that. Soda wasn't allowed in. I understand that soda can be used as something. I'm not sure what. But again, the guy from Kogat probably will know if he served back then. Maybe I'm bullshitting. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
heard.
Okay.
And sugar, yeah, you can do it, but it's like you can make bombs out of sugar and fertilizer, but it's like I don't know. Are you not gonna allow just any sugar products into gas? It's a bit insane, right?
Yeah.
You can allow like some types of fertilizer that are not like used for explosive, and then that's how you kind of fix it. But you can use fucking anything
I
for a
mean, you
bomb.
know
You can
what?
use salami.
I think if I'm going to say the reasons they did it that way with the whitelisting, I think I said it to Jesse as well. I think it was probably mostly it's easier. Like it's easier to just have a small list of whitelisted items that you can from sources from like providers that you trust and that you can. Sort of just like streamline the inspection process, and it's just as like seamless as
Yeah,
possible. But the problem is
they
like it's also they're also like, well, hey, you know what? Like this will also maybe be
I
like,
think
don't
it
vote
was
for
also
Hamas,
used as a
dickheads.
tool
Yeah.
to put pressure on Hamas. I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
back
yeah,
at
yeah,
the
yeah.
time they thought like Hamas would like more goods to come in. That's how we pressure him. I'm pretty sure that was used as well. Like I'm not gonna be a Destiny and think like, oh yeah, it's used as bombs and stuff. Man, it's
Yeah.
crazy that I'm less biased than Destiny, eh?
Isn't it so? You know what I want to ask about Great March of Return since you're a Zionist. Well, I want to ask you a
Dude,
question.
actually, I need to go now, but sure, ask me and I'll answer one question.
Okay, you know how there were a bunch of Jews in Gaza all the way until 1929, then they had to get evacuated because of the riots.
Yes.
If a bunch of them, their descendants, decided to unilaterally march into Gaza as a march of return, you think it would be okay for Hamas security to shoot them if they got too close to the wall?
I think it's Israel's job to stop them not reaching. So Israel will have to do whatever it can to stop them from reaching
Yeah,
the
you
border.
know the analogy. Let's say the IDF doesn't stop them. Let's say they're just cutting through they're just cutting the fence. They're just chopping the fence, and they're like, we're going to return to Gaza. Do you think it would be all right? And we don't know if they're armed or anything. Like they can't see. Do you think it'd be okay for like Gazan security to just be like, listen, mate?
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's Israel's jobs to stop. Like when Jordan had things like that, where like people marched to the border with Israel, and Jordan stopped them, as a sovereign state should, and
Yeah.
Israel should stop them if that happened.
Yeah, I feel like that would be a much better rhetorical answer to the Great March of Return, because people keep saying that it should have been treated as a policing incident, but it's like it's not a domestic policing area. It's a fucking armistice line. Yeah, like
it mostly like wasn't what's called violent. They were like camps with like tens of thousands of people, or like a few thousands of people that were non-violent, that were far away from the fence and were like far away from the smoke and everything, and they were kind of like chill. And then there were groups of like, hundreds of people. Some of them are led by Hamas, active Hamas members, like, setting fires, doing like smoke covers to kind of approach the fence, stuff like that. It was like hugely violent. People died, and one time in Israel, a soldier was killed by gunfire. They came up to the fence, just with a pistol, just shot him in the head, because they. Anyways, I have to go.
Okay.
Love you. Bye bye.
Take care. Bye. Not really sure he got my point there, but it's okay. All I was saying was, if you wanted to make the Great March of Return argument for why it's not a policing incident, is you just flip it over and be like, let's imagine a bunch of 1929 Jews, if that's what you'd call them, wanted to do a March of Return into Gaza, like right now. Do you think Gazan security would have a right to shoot them if they were cutting through the fence? I think they probably, like, it's their territory. It's not Israel's territory. Like, fucking, it's quite, oh God. I just wonder if Zionists would agree with that or not. I feel like it might be harder for an Israeli to admit that they'd be okay with like shooting someone who's like, like a fellow countryman or whatever. Like, yeah, but I don't know. If they were doing the same thing, yeah. If some of them were armed, if some of them were setting fires, if some of them were trying to chop through the fence, I feel like Gazans would have every right to just do some fucking border policing, right? Because you don't know what those settlers are going to do if they get through, right? Yeah. What if hundreds of thousands of Mizrahi Jews tried to march back to the Arab world through Syria and Iraq? Yeah, border police, bro. Border police the fuck out of them. The settlers that were kicked out. No, we're not talking about Gush Katif settlers. We're talking about, in Gaza, all the way from ancient times until 1929, there was a Jewish population in Gaza. They had a synagogue. They had they lived amongst the Philistines. They were there. They had to get evacuated after the riots, the Arab riots in 1929, and the British the British forced them out for security, for their safety, right? And those Jews will have descendants, one or two of whom might be Actually, are the Gush Katif settlers, was there any connection between them and the 29 Jews? Is that what they thought they were doing when they went into Gush Katif? Did they think they were being fucking border security? Or did they think they were being land back? Or was it just new people? Or was it both? Was there any overrepresentation, or I have no idea. I think they were just mental. Well, okay. Hello, yeah?
Oh, hello, Luna.
Yeah,
Can you
hi.
hear me? Yeah, so in terms of like policing an international border, I think I can come up with a relevant incident. Like, I'm Jordanian, so I keep up with the news here. So back in 2013 to 2017, the Syrian civil war. So during that period, I believe there was approximately 1 million Syrian who crossed the border illegally. And so now for a period, the borders were technically open, but like they had to come through checkpoints. But after a while, like in 2015, the borders were closed because they were controlled by ISIS on the other side. I mean, I don't record any incident in which the protesters who demanded the border be opened, or the refugees attempting to cross were actually shot. So, like, do you believe that, for example, in terms of Like if the army just opened fire on them and told them fuck off, it's an international border, we are policing it. Do you believe that would be a legitimate response?
No, it's not border policing just like in general, because obviously like if you've got refugees and things like that, but I think the context for if we're talking about either this hypothetical Jewish March of Return into Gaza or the March of Return is like the intention there isn't to like that you're fleeing something, right? Like the intention is like I want to get this land back, right? Like, and that's I think the difference. And it's also in the context of a like you're representing a side of a national conflict on an armistice line, right?
But like in this instance, we also have an armistice line, and we have arguably the worst terrorist organization in human history controlling the other side of the border. We have a constant history of attacks. However, the actual rules of engagement actually prohibited returning fire for a while.
Whoa. That seems like a slightly nuanced situation. I'd have to look more into it.
Yeah, like it's a nuanced situation. Like I'm not saying they didn't have legitimate concern, but like I think it's fairly relevant to say that if civilians come with well-declared intention, even if there were bad actors among them, it's not appropriate to mow them down, basically.
Not in the system you're thinking about, but if how were these refugees approaching the border? Were they just walking there, or were they like, how did that work?
It was like there wasn't a single method for it. Like some came in cars, some in trucks, some in suicide trucks, some in some came walking there. Majority, I believe, came walking.
Mm-hmm. Was there like a fence, or is there a checkpoint or something? Because normally if you're crossing into a border as a refugee, there's normally some kind of, if you cross the border, there's normally like an institution that you would go to claim make your case, right?
Yes, there were borders and there were fences. However, the border with Syria is a bit longer than that with Gaza, so it wasn't always patrolled. Like they could spot the people actually intruding, but they determined that, well, this one is not a threat, so let him cross.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, that's definitely. I still feel like that's a bit more of a nuanced situation than the Gaza-Israel border, but
yes, I agree. I don't believe that they had to let them in or anything. Like I believe every state. I know I sound like an anti-immigrant person, but like I assure you, I'm not. But like I think it's not controversial to say every state can determine the border policies it should have. However, I believe that also, unless there was some sort of imminent danger or like there was a declared intention to basically October 7 the borders, to actually respond with such a force, let's call it disproportionate.
Yeah, that's why I think it's hard, because I imagine the IDF probably on the Great March of Return, they probably expected a lot more militant activity than they actually got, right? Like it seemed like they were prepared for like a surprise Hamas fucking onslaught, right? Because they were that close. But what they got was like a few hundred people running in front and like setting fires and throwing Molotov cocktails. I don't know. Like, it's a difficult situation, honestly, because again, like we don't know what would have happened if those guys had been like able to properly puncture the fence, and then like would they have tried to like urge people behind them to run forwards, or I don't know. And then what happens if they get across?
Honestly, the way it sounds to me is that what happened there was indeed there was what can be described as a rioting, but I don't believe it was a military confrontation of a sort. Like, and for riots, there is a set of procedures that are taken. There are a set of measures that can prevent people from actually reaching the borders while not mowing them down.
Mm-hmm. Like what? Like fucking rubber bullets or fumes or whatever? Yeah.
I believe they also use the rubber bullets during those incidents, but like when people complain, they don't complain about the rubber bullets or gas grenades.
Yeah, they complain about the live fire, right?
Yeah.
Who knows? Might have to read more about
it. Honestly, I think one can say that yes, Israel had the legitimate right to defend its border to prevent an infiltration, but can also make the argument that, well, the force they used was not appropriate one used for such a context. Like, I don't Really
Right.
know why people on both sides die hard in positions that are easily rebuked. Like, yeah, honestly, the entire discourse about it is so fucking retarded. I will not try to
That's why
make
it's so
any.
annoying, right? Because I feel
Yeah.
like if I learned about it for the first time from like that Ryan Grimm dude, I would honestly just think it. I would be picturing a bunch of guys holding up signs 100 meters away, just chanting, and then the IDF, super elite white supremacist genocide snipers, just start fucking like taking them down indiscriminately. But if obviously if I heard the other side, it sounds like it, it just because, but telling the story as it was doesn't necessarily make it okay to just live fire in that way when it seems like there were probably other things you could have done to push them back first. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, like I just wanted to make the simple analogy for it. So have a nice
Okay.
day.
Take care, buddy. Bye bye. Good. It was tens of thousands of people approaching the fence. My understanding is that only a small number of people actually went into the buffer zone. I thought it was like 150 or 200 people, no? But fuck knows, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'll just wait, there are fucking, why am I saying there are videos of the March of, you were there. Okay. Oh god, what were you, like one of the, oh no. Were you one of the snipers? All right, are there videos of the Great March of Return? I think there are, aren't there? Maybe I should watch some of them. I've seen photos. But maybe I'll look into that later. One thing at a time though. This is Cookie Day. This is not Great March of Return Day. Sorry. Wasn't everyone who was shot? Well, yeah, I think not close to the fence, but I think everyone who was shot, or almost everyone who was shot, was in the buffer zone. Yeah, they were in the zone that you're not supposed to go to. Yeah. But whether or not that's a reason to not to shoot someone with live fire necessarily, I don't fucking know, right? Obviously, in a normal border like America, Mexico, you probably shouldn't fucking snipe someone who gets close to the border, right? In the context of like a protest with a very politically charged intention and like Hamas being there and a national conflict and two different governments on each side, and the fact that it's literally an armistice line from the 40s, yeah, that's harder. Yeah, I don't know. Cookie Day didn't start in 2024. Wow. Okay. Buh! Oh, Rafi's been challenged by Mr. Sundowner. Let's go. Analogous situation in Korea. Sure. I don't know anything about Korea. Fuck it. Can you change my name back? It sounds so bad and based on what name? Your name in the Discord? I didn't do that. What do you want your name to be? Getting diverted. I need to find your the last post that you've made. Hmm. Oh, N-word guy. I thought you did that. All right, let's see. Can I even? Oh yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Ban lifted on most consumer goods in July 2010. New list of banned goods published. We'll find what that list was probably quite soon. It's taken Israel more than 2 weeks to publish the list after the announcement of a new policy brokered by Tony Blair. Okay. All right. Part of the agreement was to reverse the arrangement where Israel maintained a list of goods that could enter Gaza while everything was banned. From now on, all items not on Israel's prohibited list will be allowed through the crossings. The list published today specifies building materials for projects authorized by Palestinian Authority and implemented by the international community. Aid agencies skeptical about whether the new policy will substantially improve living conditions. Continued exclusion of building materials for general use, blah, 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 delayed further. No details in the announcement regarding import of raw materials. Significant milestone. Real test will be implementation. Oxfam welcomed the decision as a step in the right direction. Allowing exports to leave the Strip was just as important to help Gazans rebuild their economy. Said the blockade had to be fully lifted to enable Palestinians. Okay. Hamas spokesman said the policy was worthless. Okay. Hamas spokesperson Sami Abu said the policy was useless. The problem is not to approve new merchandise, but to lift the blockade. Well, okay, dude. Good luck. Okay. 2010? We're on 2010. This is not 2010. This is like 2016. Gisha. 2010, May 2010. Okay. Partial list of prohibited items. Okay. And Gisha are basically a non-profit, sort of humanitarian org that was pressuring Kogat for details on which items, but also verifying prohibited items deduced based on information from Palestinian traders and business persons, national orgs, and the Palestinian Coordination Committee. It is not possible to verify this list with Israeli authorities because they refuse to disclose information regarding the restrictions on transferring goods into Gaza. Uh-oh. Not good, Israel. Naughty boy. Ugh. Oh. Include sage, cumin, coriander, ginger, jam, halva, vinegar, nutmeg, chocolate, dried fruit, crisps, iron, glucose, fishing rods, toys, horses, Vosh, donkeys, goats, cattle, chicks. All right, that's plenty. This is the interesting part. cookies maybe not fully banned, may have never been fully banned. Permitted for international orgs, whilst requests from private merchants to purchase them are denied. The fact that how crazy is it that we've got fucking cookie rockets on the one hand and we've got the cookie ban, which might have never actually been in place. What a fucking amazing conflict. Is there any military use justification for banning livestock? I'm going to say no. Not that I can think of. This is 2013. Let's start to keep it chronological though, please. Let's try to keep it chronological. The fuck is this from? 2014. Oh yeah. 2013? 2016? 2010? Dark gray lists. This guy, bro. Oh, this is the long one. This is the long doc. This is from October 2010. Okay. This is when finally, I think, Kogat started speaking. So they started spilling the beans or the cookies. I don't fucking know. Hassan doesn't believe you can make rocket fuel from sugar, lol. Well, he's wrong, but it's also... Just say sugar was allowed in. Raw sugar was allowed in. They were not using... There's no evidence they were using cookies to make rockets. There's no evidence. No. They can. It's possible. It's actually quite easy. If you know the chemistry, it's quite easy to separate fucking cookies from... How do you think the FDA knows? Like, how do you think they approve these things and they say 22% sugar? It's because they fucking... Yeah, whatever. There is evidence. There's evidence of them using cookies to make rockets. Vovia X, show me. Link me. Not sugar, cookies. Using cookies to make rockets. Show me. I feel like we'd know. We've had decades to find evidence for this. Okay? I've seen it too. Fuck it. You guys are pieces of shit. In Hebrew, it'll take some time. Okay. Do you know Hebrew? I've got plenty of people in this chat who do, so, you know. Okay. October 2010. So this is submitted to Gisha by the Ministry of Defense. Right? Blockade items info. Whitelist info from the Ministry of Defense. And where do they mention whitelist? Do they mention that? It's just a colloquial term. Okay. Procedure for monitoring and assessing inventories in the Gaza Strip. To establish a uniform procedure for monitoring and assessing inventories of vital basic products in the Gaza Strip. Monitoring basic products out of the variety entering the Gaza Strip, including basic food products, fuel, controlling the amount of those products, detecting shortages, surpluses, and establishing warning lines, addressing problems that arise as a result, blah, 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 okay. Long shelf life, short shelf life, warning line, shortage, okay. Method. It was decided that the inventory assessment would include the basic consumer products detailed in Appendix A. As a rule, the level of daily consumption on each of the basic products was calculated by data from the Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics according to the level of per capita consumption of each product multiplied by the population of the Gaza Strip. All right. Daily consumption. It's Gisha. Okay. Calculated by data from Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics. Thanks. According to per capita consumption of each product times population of Gaza. Okay. Exceptions are animal feed, meat, and fuel. Okay. Daily list of goods transferred each day by to the Kogat branch. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Warning line. If it is a case of the lower warning line, deliberate restriction. Oh, what's this? If the inventory of one of the products with a short shelf life falls below 2 days or the inventory of one of the products with a long shelf life falls below 5 days. If the inventory of one or more products reaches a warning line, the following actions will be taken. Details, the senior Kogat will verify the data. Mathematical computation to verify. Jesus. Upper warning line brought to discussion. Okay. Warning system and compensation mechanism in case any product falls below requirement. Okay. Table of products, long shelf life, short shelf life, oil and gas. Okay. Calculation of product inventory. Oh, God. So this is how it worked, right? Everything that wasn't on the white list would be restricted. Depleted stock. And I think page permission to transfer goods. The goal to define the procedure, rules, method, permission given to transfer merchandise. The mission, providing permission to transfer foods into the Gaza Strip to meet the basic humanitarian needs of the Palestinian population in accordance with the directive and changing guidelines. The permitted quota, permitted goods. Legal obligation. If the permit is permanent, economic branch. I don't think I need anything else apart from just page 20. Whitelist provided on page 20 to 22. All right. Clothing and shoes, textbooks and booklets, even though other people said they were banned. Oh, okay. Subject to review. But there's biscuits on this. Oh, vitamin-enriched biscuits. Okay. Permitted for donations and international... Oh, it's vitamin-enriched biscuits. Huh. Not just cookies, then. So who actually said cookies were banned? What document is this? This is the list. Is the this is the list, the white list that was provided for permitted items into Gaza that was provided to Gisha by the Ministry of Defense. Omar. No, it's not fucking shut up. Omar is not ground zero of this claim, okay? Please, chill. All right. At what date? I just want to know when. It would have been between 2007 and 2010, I'd imagine. Because by the time you reach 2010, this is 2016, isn't it? It doesn't actually say. Oh, 2016? No, this is 2014. At least that's the 2015. That's the latest date that they give here. Okay. 2013. 2013. This is from Gisha. Gisha got it from Ministry of Defense. Okay. Is there a month? No. (2013). That's provided by the Ministry of Defense to Gisha. Okay, we can read all this because it's only 4 pages and it's short pages. Ever since the terrorist organization Hamas took control of the Gaza Strip 7 years ago and escalated attacks, rockets, IEDs, snipers, etc., against residents of southern Israel, materials entering Gaza have been regulated so as to prevent strengthening the terrorist group's capabilities. As of October 2012, the State of Israel has updated and expanded the civil policy regarding imports to the Gaza Strip. The list of restricted materials has been revised and shortened as part of the ongoing Israeli effort to relax restrictions on civilian goods entering Gaza. Items and materials that remain on the restricted list are all weapons, military materials, and dual-use items. Been revised and shortened as part of the ongoing Israeli efforts to relax restrictions on civilian goods entering Gaza. List are all weapons and dual-use items. Boom! This is the list from after lifting of the ban. Lies. Yes. So the cookie thing is old. It's really old. It's very old news. But you know, almost like it's not really the fucking. Would you say quintessential? Is that the word I'm looking for? It's not like the quintessential blockaded item is a cookie. It was common. What, cookies or sugar? I'm not denying they use sugar, but sugar was allowed into the strip. Why the fuck would they use cookies if they can get sugar? Like the fuck? Or did they not get enough sugar? Were they like, let's get even more out of the cookies? Commandeer the Gazan cookies. Fuck. Why would you ban cookies but not sugar if you were worried about sugar? Oh my god. What's happening? It comes from a 2018 paper. 2018. Milo Aaron, come in the Discord and drop it into stream chat, please. Source for a lot of the claims if you haven't seen it. Thank you. I think I've seen that, but we'll see. Were the cookies all banned? Don't move the fucking goalpost, you slimy fuck. We're talking about... I'm sorry. We're talking about if there's any evidence at any time that our rocket was made from cookies. That's all I want. I know they use sugar because they could get sugar. I'll move it. I don't think I can't. So far it looks like I haven't seen any. Again, we're only getting started, but so far I'm yet to see the evidence that biscuits or cookies were ever fully banned. Yes, other things, other trivial items were fully banned, but yeah. If rockets were made from cookies, would that justify a ban on cookies? Probably not. Why did Omar say that Israel would never lift the blockade for absence of terrorism, even though Israel literally offered that plus airport and seaport in 2017? Don't know, bro. Don't know why Omar would not talk about something like that. What about that they were never banned? Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. They were, well, we know that they were partially banned, at least. They might have been fully banned, but yeah. It seems more like it's not semantics. It's not that's not the right word. It's just it's just people on the left really like it because it makes people look silly to say that cookies are Hamas rockets, right? That makes people, it's an optical L, is what you would say. Ugh. List of restricted materials. All items not mentioned in this document are free to be imported and exported to and from Gaza. Requests for special authorities to transfer any of the listed restricted items to Gaza are possible and are coordinated by the Coordination and Liaison Administration to Gaza. Okay. This time, all items not mentioned are free to be imported and exported. Okay, so this is when the blockade is much more vibey, I guess. Requests for special authorizations are possible and are coordinated by the Coordination and Liaison Administration, CLA, to Gaza. Dual use items. Approved by the PA are allowed subject to supervision by an international org. So actually we're learning about how the blockade works now, eh? Munitions, obviously, strictly forbidden, as you would know. Put that here. Why? Well, why are munitions and missile equipment banned from entering Gaza? Couldn't tell you, bro. Seems weird. I'm trolling, kind of. No order. Strictly bans missile equipment and munitions from entering into Gaza. Came for cookies, stayed for the blockade. Listen, guys, okay? We're just... I thought approaching how the blockade works would be an absolute mammoth of a task, but that's probably because the question everyone wants to talk about is the legal question, which means like 200-page documents and shit. Turns out like the actual measures of the blockade are not that complicated. At least. Dual-use goods. Restrictions on dual-use items. Items which have been designated for civilian use yet can be utilized in military situations are subject to heavy regulation and are listed in appendices A and B. The bottom line, Stone Cold Steve Austin, the state of Israel's goal is to minimize restrictions of goods allowed to enter into Gaza as much as possible. However, the security situation between the state of Israel and the ruling power in Gaza, Hamas, has forced Israel to maintain its restrictions on Gaza imports. Hamas has continuously proven its determination in sabotaging Israeli efforts to loosen restrictions on goods by its continued offensive against Israel. Okay. And these are the controlled dual-use items. List of controlled dual-use items. On page 3 to 4. Now, you guys, because I'm retarded, can you guys tell me, please? Let's go through this list and anyone tell me if these are trivial. Because this is their entire list, remember? Everything not on this list is allowed in. And things that are on this list can be allowed in as long as there is approval by the PA, they've gone through the coordination and liaison administration, and it's observed by an international organization. So let's go through it. Fertilizers or any mixture containing chloric potassium with concentrations greater than 5%. This is a blacklist. This is dual use, which means they can be imported, but it has to be approved by the PA, and it also has to be supervised in its use by an international organization. Trivialism, there's no reason for them to be banned. Yeah, as if they can't, as if there's nothing threatening about them, right? As in it's punitive. It's like banning toys or cookies, right? That's what I mean by trivial, right? Anyway, fertilizers. Okay, fibers or textiles containing carbon fibers, graphite fibers, including chopped carbon fibers, carbon roving, carbon strand, carbon fabric tape, glass fiber-based raw materials, including chopped glass fibers, glass roving, glass strand, glass fabric tape, S-glass, E-glass. Vessels. Fibers or fabrics featuring polyethylene, known as Dyneema. Retro detection vices, gas tanks. Drilling equipment for the production of water from drillings. Vinyl ester resins, epoxy resins. Hardeners for epoxy resins featuring chemical groups or durable or reliable types, including Deta, Teta, AEP, E100, ethylenamine, jeffenamine, catalyst 4, 5, 6, 22, 23, 105, 104, 145, 150, 179, 190, 240. DEH, all those numbers. XZ 927 40 decimal 40. What does vessels mean? Don't know. Couldn't tell you. Got one doubt. I have no fucking idea what I don't know what any of these things mean. Do we have any chemists or what's the right fucking profession? What's the right vocation for someone to tell me what the fuck any of this means? Vinyl ester accelerants, including those things. What are our kids going to do without the jeffamine T403? I need a chemist, yeah, chemical engineer, or a Hamas member. One of those. Or any actual terrorist. Any terrorists in chat? Want to come in? Tell me if you can use any of these materials or if any of these materials would be superfluous to your requirements. Don't say ask Sundowner, you fucking racists. What? Stop. Jesus. Don't you guys call pharmacies chemists? Yeah, but I know the difference. I'm not asking a fucking pharmacy to look at this for me. TDI, Portland, this is dual use items for projects. So I guess these are the ones that can be imported because of building projects, as long as they're supervised. Portland cement, natural aggregates, quarry aggregates, and all foundation materials, prepared concrete, concrete elements, and or precast or tensed concrete, steel elements and construction products, concrete for foundations and pillars of any diameter, including welded steel mesh, steel cables of any thickness, forms for construction elements of plastic or galvanized steel, industrial forms for concrete pouring, beams from composite materials or plastic with a panel thickness of 4 millimeters and thicker, thermal insulation materials and or products excluding roof tiles, plaster, mortar glue, mosaic tiles, building stone, coating stone, exterior stone, concrete blocks, silicate, yatong or equivalent of any thickness, building ceiling materials or products which include epoxy or polyurethane, wow. Asphalt and its components, steel elements, okay. Vehicles, except for personal vehicles, not including 4x4 vehicles. Oh, they were able to. Is that why they were all on fucking motorcycles? Is that why they were? As opposed to any Hummers, no Gazan Hummers. Half of those things are for tunnel construction. Yeah, that would make sense. Yes, that doesn't surprise me. Okay. This is an interesting paper about dark gray lists. 15. Gisha paper on dark gray lists. I once got a Gazan Hummer. It was just mid. Sorry that happened to you, mate. RIP. Okay, the list of dual-use items whose entrance into the Gaza Strip is forbidden by Israel is getting longer and longer. Ooh, list of dual-use items getting longer and longer. I'll just say longer. Raising questions about the policy that stands behind it and the harm it causes to civilians and civilian life in Gaza. Okay, so there's never an end to this story, is there? This would be after... This is after Protective Edge, right? That's probably why, but we'll see. Everything that the 1.8 million residents of the Gaza Strip need and which is not produced there, basic commodities, raw materials and manufacturing, medical equipment, processed food, fruits, spare parts, temporary shelters, fuel, construction materials, and so much more, is purchased and brought in for the most part from Israel. All these goods enter through a single crossing, the Karem Shalom crossing, over which Israel has exclusive control. Israel oversees the security arrangements and infrastructure by which the crossing operates and, importantly, determines what is allowed to be transported through it in both directions. Goods policy, security needs, or political goals. The official reason given for the absolute control over movements of goods into the Gaza Strip is security. But in practice, the reality of what transpires at the crossing is also the result of policy choices and politics. Okay. Security, this is what I was saying, versus political goals. Severe restrictions have been in place for years, limiting the movement of goods into and out of the Gaza Strip. After the disengagement from the Gaza Strip, when Israel withdrew its permanent military forces and civilians from Gaza, and following the Hamas takeover of the Strip in 2007, Israel allowed only a limited list of products and goods to enter the Strip. This was done in an attempt to weaken Hamas and build civilian pressure for political change. Undoubtedly and openly stated political goals separate from direct security needs tied to the transfer of certain items and or the operation of crossings. Anyone have any public figure openly stating that the blockade is to achieve political goals? I think it's quite clear that that's the case, but if you have an official saying it, that would be much better. If you give me the "we're putting Gaza on a diet" quote, I'll ban you, okay? But anything else, let's go. Following the flotilla incident in 2010, Israel changed its official policy and announced that it will allow all goods into Gaza except for a list of items that would require special permission to enter. Israel defines these items as dual use, which is to say that it recognizes their civilian use but is concerned that they might be used for hostile purposes, manufacturing weapons and building assault tunnels or defensive fortifications. Thanks, fried spam and chips. Call Destiny, he's crying. No way. We need to one thing at a time. I'm gonna do my thread and then we'll talk to Dustin, okay? Don't worry, chill. Huh. On those chemicals, more than half of those were amines or azenes. Those are compounds containing nitrogen, and nitrogen is the atom you want when making explosives. Okay. Thanks, TJ. Really appreciate that. Okay. However, according to contacts in Gaza, anything that appears on the list is rarely, if ever, allowed into the strip. Okay. According to contacts in Gaza, anything on the dual use list is rarely, if ever, allowed into the strip. Many of the items have a clear and vital civilian use. Nonetheless, the management of the dual-use list and the policy vis-à-vis Gaza in general takes place in the framework of Israel's minimalistic interpretation of its obligations towards Gaza residents, which it claims do not extend beyond facilitating access for only the most basic humanitarian needs. Anything beyond that is considered an act of charity, which can be halted at any time, whether for punitive, preventative, or other reasons. It gives itself wide scope to restrict the entrance of materials without giving proper weight to the harm this causes to civilian lives and the economy in Gaza. Is this just like opinion though, or why do they not cite evidence of this? If you have officials admitting the punitive value of the blockade, they would show it. I'm almost 100% sure it's there. Like, it seems to be very surprising if it wasn't. But the costs of the policy. While boasting of far-reaching changes in its considerations for the needs of the civilian population in Gaza, Israel has maintained a consistently escalating policy of restrictions on the Gaza Strip for 3 decades. By doing so, it inhibits any chance of normal life in the Strip. Restrictions on the entrance of goods undermine the hope to rehabilitate the Gaza Strip and violate fundamental human rights such as the right to health, education, livelihood. Okay, list of dual-use items is growing longer and its management more complicated. The policy of preventing the entrance of these materials condemns residents of Gaza to a life lacking in economic independence. Aid organizations report that they struggle to meet humanitarian needs due to these restrictions. What is the impact? The UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs has warned repeatedly that the list is too far-reaching to be acceptable, making it more of a sanction than a defensive measure. The United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees has emphasized that the recent additional restrictions on wooden planks, for example, disrupt the pace of its program to build schools as well as furnish them, and places an undue burden on the agency's meager budget. Okay, recent addition of. Wait, but they were restricted in 2010, so it's not recent, right? It's not like, okay, whatever. It's not different from 2013. I want things that have been added from 2013 to 2015. Aid organizations warn that readiness for emergencies is declining because of a shortage of critical items and spare parts. The Palestinian Ministry of Economy estimated that the list causes annual monetary losses in the agriculture, industry, and technology sectors to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars. But lost profits are only part of the picture. The Gaza Strip faces dramatic employment rates, especially amongst young people who constitute the majority of the population. A growing number of people rely on aid to obtain basic food products and other commodities. There is a vast shortage of housing units, not to mention the worsening energy crisis and the near collapse of an already strained water and sewage system. Taken together, this reality is bleak and seemingly hopeless. However, much is the result of policy choices, not a natural disaster. Samples. Okay. Castor oil. Used for transportation. 6. Brake fluid. Insulation materials. Lubricants. Glue and beauty products. UPS. Uninterrupted power supply. Essential in Gaza due to frequent power outages. Especially essential in intensive care and dialysis units. Wood planks. Wooden planks seems a bit much. Needed for furniture. Okay. And they said furniture and furniture. And I think they said building. Wood as a case study. Wood planks appeared on an initial list of restricted items in 2010, but since then, the dimensions of the planks allowed to enter have decreased, with the latest protocol limiting them to less than 1 centimeter thick and 5 centimeters wide. In a twist of irony, Kogat recently declared that furniture from Gaza can be sold in Israel, yet the furniture industry in the Strip is collapsing due to a shortage of the very raw materials it needs to make furniture, okay? So only allows planks under 1 cm thick and 1 cm wide. Had recently declared that furniture could be sold in Israel, just as the furniture industry was collapsing due to of needed materials, including lacquers. Well, that's quite mean, isn't it? So Kogat said that here. $2015, yeah, okay. But the industry's collapsing. Verge of collapse. Interesting. Would this work best as a video essay? Nah, it's going to be an epic Twitter thread. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be a sick as fuck Twitter thread. Because isn't this, I feel like this is like really good critique though, right? It's like they're a lot of these dual-use items that you say you permit in certain circumstances are not actually being permitted very often at all, and it's especially kind of like cruel when you're being like, hey, you know, you guys can sell your furniture in Israel. Meanwhile, we're going to restrict the import of wood, lacquers, and glues to the point that the furniture industry is going to collapse, right? Like but that's not the conversation people want to have, because it's much, much easier to be like, they're restricting cookies because they hate it when Gazan kids get fucking sugar rush. Fuck my ears. Because the only good Zionist is an evil Zionist, okay? Not a problematic Zionist, it's an evil. Gonna be a fucking satanic Zionist, okay? Otherwise, we're not interested in you. Give the thread a catchy name like the cookie files. Okay. Okay. Shortages, report of wooden doors, blah, 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 blah. The argument goes that the wood can be used to line tunnels from Gaza, but the immediate and long-term harm to hundreds of thousands of people cannot justify such a wide-scale punitive measure. Argument that wood planks can be used to line tunnels from Gaza. Clickbait, a destiny wrong, then go on to explain why this whole argument is stupid. Don't worry, guys, I know what to do. Thanks for the $5, YOLO Swag. I really appreciate that. Whoa, 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 whoa. What, should I actually present this on stream as well? Okay. Is this the continuation of economic warfare? Currently, with a tense ceasefire still holding nearly a year and a half after Operation Protective Edge, Israel officially voices its faith in the understandings that were reached and declares its commitment to a rehabilitating for civilian life in the Gaza Strip. In practice, it is continuing and intensifying what looks a lot like economic warfare, a policy formally ended in 2010. The expansion of the list of items defined as suspect, which in reality also prevents the entrance of products required for basic standard civilian life, is too far-reaching to be reasonably justified. Israel's complete control over the movement of goods, along with other elements of its control which impact almost every area of life, imposes on Israel obligations to facilitate normal life for Gaza residents. In addition, the lack of transparency about the decision-making mechanism, determining the composition of the list, the scope of the mechanism's activity, and especially the method of judging applications for permits for entrance of goods, undermines the claim that the list only indicates what items needs to undergo extensive inspection. In reality, a grey list effectively becomes a black list, as items cannot actually reach residents of Gaza. Yeah, there's a good critique. Okay. Very good critique. Let's go! Is Hamas to blame for that? Partially. But also, you know, it's like, it kind of gives you a bit of a leeway from a PR stance if you're Israel as well. Like, there's not much point saying that we have this grey list item that we do let in for special cases if it's barely ever being let in, right? The various challenges that the Gaza Strip faces demand enterprising and creative solutions in areas such as sustainable energy, transportation, infrastructure, business development, and so on. All the best critiques of Israel tend to come from within Israel, Keck. Well, yet the entrepreneur, private or public, would volunteer to tackle this mysterious bureaucracy or invest precious resources in a state of such prevailing uncertainty. The dual list historical overview. Oh, God. We're about to get technical. Brr. On July 12, 1996, a large group of countries signed the Wassenaar Agreement to regulate the export of conventional weapons and dual-use materials and technologies. Israel is not party to the agreement, but has nonetheless incorporated the list through legislation and enforces restrictions therein on its exporters and the entrance of goods into the occupied Palestinian territory. Specifically, in 2008, Israel's Minister of Defense instituted 2 deriving directives relevant to the OPT: Directive on Defense Export Control, which simply refers to the relevant lists in the Wassenaar Agreement, and Directive on Defense Export Control monitor dual-use equipment transferred to the territories under PA responsibility, which expands the list in regards to the OPT with an additional 94 items described as materials and equipment that are intended for civilian use and are also suitable for military use. Interesting. The list includes, among other things, fertilizers, chemicals, and raw materials for manufacturing, metal pipes, lathes, optical equipment, and navigation and surveying accessories. So they're saying that in 2008, the list is derivative of a 1996 agreement that's actually approved of by many different countries. Ah. Okay. We'll have to probably double check if it actually is derivative. 249 pages. God. How many countries have signed this? Hmm. Probably use this instead. Precipitating states. Israel doesn't participate, but I guess they... Huh. Let's put it here instead. Okay. Okay. Oh god, I feel like it's going to be very dry if I start to present this now. Oh god. Does anyone care about the 1996 fucking Wassenaar Agreement? I don't even know. Arrangement, whatever. Ooh. Minor amendments were made to this list in 2009-2012. The main changes were made to it in March 2015, when another 48 items were added and cited as restricted from entering the Gaza Strip. Okay. November of 2015. Okay. All right. Main changes made to Israel's list in 2015. Adding 48 items to the list of to the Gaza Strip list. Not West Bank. Not to, only to Gaza. No, wait. Okay. 13 more items added in November 2015. including wood planks, UPS components, smoke detectors, castor oil, asbestos insulation, graphite powder, and heavy lifting equipment. How did the Gaza-specific list come about? At the end of May 2010, shortly after the events of the Marmara flotilla, during which 9 flotilla participants were killed and 10 soldiers and 20 passengers injured, Israel changed its policy on movement of goods into the Gaza Strip. I'll just put that in here, I guess. Flotilla incident. 9 flotilla participants killed, 10 soldiers and 20 passengers injured. On June 20th, the Israeli Security Cabinet announced a 6-point program that would allow entrance of most civilian goods into the Gaza Strip, while blocking a list of forbidden products. Prior to this, all items were blocked save for a list of permitted items. It simultaneously announced the expansion of activity at the crossings. At the time, a conveyor belt still operated at Carney Crossing. Entrance of construction materials for international projects and streamlined access procedures for humanitarian cases and employees of international organizations. On July 6, 2010, Israel published a list of items whose entrance into the Gaza Strip would be forbidden except with an individual permit, in addition to items whose entrance into the Gaza Strip had already been forbidden by virtue of the Directive on Defense Export Control. The unique list for Gaza included, among other things, watercraft, heavy vehicles, asphalt, building bricks of any kind, wood panels more than 2 centimeters thick. Why are they saying it's new if wood panels are here? Is this just bullshit? They weren't added in 2015 because they even mentioned in this paper that they've been banned since 2010. Oh. Whatever. Construction materials and means to... I'll just take that one out because I'm not sure. The other ones seem like they're not from the old one. A 10th flotilla person died after being in a coma for 4 years. Well, we'll just add 10. Okay. They increased the thickness. Is that all they did? Okay. Construction materials and means to manufacture them will be approved only for projects executed and supervised by the international community. Okay. Is that here from the directive?
Hey Yolona. You fingernails painting weirdo. Thanks for the content and keep up the good work. You're so pale, you'd get a sunburn going outside at night. Mess around and catch a moonburn. Love you.
Thanks for the $10, poor devil. I really appreciate that. Joke's on you. I have never sunburned, not even when I lived in Dubai, okay? I'm white, but I've got the pigments, okay? I've got the genes. They're hidden, okay? They're in there. They're in there somewhere. And now that Israel is ostensibly committed to rebuilding in Gaza, has their list grown shorter? The summer of 2014 saw the most lethal round of fighting in the Gaza Strip in recent memory. By the end of 50 days of hostilities, more than 2,200 Palestinians have been killed and more than 11,000 wounded. The damage to infrastructure was tremendous, with thousands of houses destroyed, rendering some 20,000 families homeless. As a result of the degree of damage and the rallying of the international community for reconstruction, Israel changed its rhetoric again. Immediately following the ceasefire agreement, the security establishment declared its commitment to help rebuild and rehabilitate the economy, infrastructure, and living conditions in the Strip. Among other things, Israel allowed for the first time since 2007 the entrance of construction materials for the private sector under the auspices of a strict mechanism. However, the mechanism has not managed to keep up with need nor to prevent the seepage of materials to the black market. Throughout this period of rebuilding, items were added to the list of dual-use materials. What is the mechanism by which the list is managed? The officials charged with reviewing the transfer of dual-use items into the Palestinian territory at different levels of the protocol are the Director General and the Ministry of Defense, the head of the Defense Ministry's Export Supervision Department, the coordinator of government activities in the territories, COGAT, or his deputy, and officers of the civil administration, who coordinate between government ministries according to the category under which the request falls. These include an Environmental Protection Officer who is in charge of reviewing requests for chemicals, a communications officer for oh, this is all bullshit. I don't care. Fuck. Is the information available about screening procedures? Oh, it's gonna be. Might be interesting. On paper, the procedure for submitting an application for permission to bring in dual-use materials for a resident of Gaza is seemingly simple. She must first apply to the... Oh, they use she. That's cool. I like that modernist kind of humanitarian organization writing. Okay. Application process for dual-use materials. Application to Ministry of Economy in Gaza. Specifically, the Palestinian coordinations, specifically the goods request is transferred to the Israeli Army's Gaza DCO. What the fuck is DCO? Referred to appropriate officer. If approved, Indian merchant must finalize the financial transaction with the Israeli vendor or broker in order to submit request for coordination. District coordination officer, thank you. Okay. I don't know how you know that, but sure. All right. If the answer is positive, she then coordinates the transfer of the item. Okay. If positive, the transfer is coordinated through Karim Shalom. It's in the top paragraph. Oh. Clever. How many people in Gaza are familiar with the procedure? How many Israeli merchants are familiar with it? How many have used it? How many have received a positive answer? These are just some of the questions which we have yet to answer. Thus far, our attempts to get our hands on the updated procedures according to which this mechanism is supposed to proceed resulted in a referral to the COGAT website. No such information appears there, not to mention that for the last 6 months, the site has been down and has not been updated for technical reasons. Gathering essential information detailed above required us to conduct extensive research. Clearly, the average Gaza entrepreneur, an Israeli merchant, or an exporter from another country do not necessarily have the contacts or access to obtain this information. How many Gazans know how to do this? How many Israelis know? How often has it been used? Approved. IDK. Sample from the list. Communications equipment, cranes, X-rays. An interim conclusion. The list of dual-use materials not allowed into Gaza is long and not uniform. Some of the items are specific chemical compounds, ammonium chloride, while others are exceedingly general, communications equipment. It includes castor oil as well as... Which list is this? Is this a new list? That's in Hebrew. Bruh! Oh. So they say communications equipment here. Not in English. Okay. It won't translate, will it? Nope. It won't. Cringe. Ugh. It includes castor oil as well as wooden planks thicker than 1 centimeter and wider than 5 centimeters. The damage that might be caused by these restrictions is not cited anywhere by Israeli officials, nor is there any evidence that someone has undertaken a cost-benefit analysis about how stopping these items effectively meets security needs. Okay. No cost-benefit analysis publicly accompanied. The new restrictions. Only recently, and due to Gish's work, was the list published in Arabic so that those most impacted by it might have access. Ostensibly, as cited previously, it is not a blacklist. There are forms that can be filled out and applications that can be submitted in order to receive permission to transfer an item from the list for a proven civilian use. How accessible is this information? How many applications were submitted? How many were approved? How many were submitted by private individuals and how many by international organizations in the Gaza Strip? Who considers the requests and who actually decides what should appear on the dual-use list? Most of these basic questions have not been answered, even for those in Gaza bearing the brunt of the policy. Recently, WHO shared information about the obstacle course it had to go through in order to bring computerized imaging machines purchased for 2 medical facilities into the Gaza Strip. After the entry of the machines was approved in last August, they were delayed for another 3 months because one of them contained a technological component that required the clearance of the Israeli Ministry of Communications. Ordinary Palestinian and Israeli merchants, senior officials, and field staff of international organizations all eventually are compelled to confront the list of dual-use items in the course of their work, either making a living or trying to meet humanitarian aid needs in Gaza. Okay. Show a complaint about imaging machines that were delayed for 3 months. One contained that needed clearance from the Israeli Ministry of Communications. Interesting. It is difficult to quantify with precision the extent of the disruption to normal life in the Gaza Strip caused by these restrictions, yet it is easy to see. Since the fall of 2014, the official consensus in Israel is that the rehabilitation of the Gaza Strip is not only a humanitarian duty, but also a strategic interest. Meanwhile, the list of dual-use materials keeps growing, and with it, the harm to civilian life. God, like I can see the right wing and left wing must have been scrapping so hard over this because the right wingers would have just been like, they're going to use it to make weapons, they're going to use it to make weapons. Yeah. Wasn't this around the time when Netanyahu was allowing that Qatari aid money to go in? 2013 to 19? Lonerbox didn't want to offend you with the Destiny Live comments. I'm not offended. What? It's fine. We're just vibing, you guys. We're just chilling. We're chugging along. Jesus. Am I in trouble? Applies. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, well. Eitan, thanks for the $9.99. I really appreciate that. Popping in and out today, but loving this. Hope you upload it. As usual, thanks for being the only streamer that I know of that does like this. Well, Dustin does too, kind of, to be fair, but that's all. That's all right. Thanks very much for the donut, you know? Okay. Fuck! Ordinary merchants, senior officials, field staff, and organizations are eventually all compelled to confront the list. Okay. Difficult since the rehabilitation. Okay. Why continue a policy that contradicts the declared interest of the Israeli security establishment and causes harm and suffering to an already destitute population in the Strip? This is the first part of a larger effort to explore and uncover the facts about dual-use list as well as its impact. Our goal is to provide food for thought, compel hard questions of the security establishment, and present our perspective on how a saner policy could allow civilians in Gaza the chance to lead the kind of hopeful lives to which we are all entitled. What a nice article. Okay. I wonder if anything came of it. Does anyone know anything about significant changes to the blockade since 2015? Obviously, barring October 7th. Because otherwise, I can just start looking at fucking choose the best item to do a quick research into. Calling it the cookie files is kind of insane. Well, I am insane. Watch out, okay? Anything in stream chat? Any updates? Can't wait for this thread to drop. We'll see. Oh, what's Reddit been talking about? Wikipedia? I don't care. Fuck. People have been fighting for the... It's a good thing I'm not much of a wiki dude. I mean, I am sometimes, but... The Cookie Chronicles. No, it's gotta be the Cookie Files. There's the Twitter files. What's the Destiny thread on cookies? Palestinian rockets indeed use sugar as a propellant. Okay.
The numbers don't support the... Obviously, they...
God. What's he saying? Talk about it later. I don't think Hamas were using cookies to make rockets. Uh-oh. Okay. I think the more we look into the evidence, we are going to find out that it's pretty unlikely that they were doing that. Whoa. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Wrong about the biscuit ban. This is Gisha. Yeah, it's the same one I used. Okay. The whims of officials. No gourmet. Oh, he's smuggling a goat. Bruh. This is just an opinion piece, I'm guessing, but let's skim it. Oh, I'm not going to read this out loud because we are skimming the fuck. 2 years ago, blockade hard. No cherries, kiwi fruits. Blah, blah, blah. Expressly prohibited. Okay. An official told Haaretz, we don't want Gilad Shalit's captors to be munching bamba right over his head. What? Socialism or barbarism? Just give me the fucking article, mate. Don't give me some... What a crazy thing to say. Oh well. I'll just say. Okay. I'll go timeline for here. All right. Timeline. Extras. Punitive measures. Still tells. It's in 2009. I'm using this quote. I don't care. It's just funny. Peanut butter flavored corn snack. The most popular in Israel. That is so funny. All right. Gilad Shalit. Collective punishment. Food restrictions, arbitrary. Smuggling livestock, orange groves. Unemployment. Is this old-fashioned siege or ghetto strategy working? Okay. Well, we got one quote. We got one fairly punitive quote from an Israeli official. I don't know who this official was. Okay, let's find out if cookies were actually banned. Because so far, were cookies ever... Okay, wait. Specifically banned. Just say banned. And we've got the list here. Where is it? Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck. The 2010 one of Gisha. Give me that. I forgot to link it. Ugh! It's biscuits. It's not whitelisted. But caveats. That they were permitted. For international. Requests from private merchants denied. Okay. That's just very funny. Okay. Okay, so who said cookies are banned? Cookies banned Gaza. Who said it? fuck is this? We can get rid of a bunch of shit now, right? Some filth. Uh, 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 uh. Right. Bro, I am human. I am box. Banned products. Google tracking cookies ban. Gazans use gum and cookies. For what? Disputes list. Halva, but not cookies. Okay. Why does Israel prevent cookies and potato chips made in Gaza from being sold outside the strip? That's different. Okay. Yeah, we can still put that in. So there's a company here, Sareo Al Wadia. Out of interest. How long have they been there? Huh? It's military shit. What the fuck? Who are these guys? Can we tell us anything about this company and how long they've been around for? This is just about them selling stuff. First company that wasn't allowed to export, that was allowed to export goods. Okay. The cookies and blockade stuff from r/destiny. Because it'd be interesting if this company existed and was making cookies before 2008. Let's see, or 7. Oh, it's different spelling. General manager, restoring the production capacity that the company had before Israel tightened its siege. Established in 1985. Wait. I can't believe I'm... Okay, I just want to... Ryan Grimm has a response for Orst. I don't care. Not yet. One thing at a time, okay? One thing at a time. So, was this company producing cookies in Gaza? I fucking hate this shit, man. Were they producing cookies in Gaza before 2000 before the blockade? It seems like they were. Because they would have had all the stuff they needed to produce them, wouldn't they? They had sugar, right? Established in 85, will rise to 90% in the event that all items are allowed to be marketed in the West Bank. Used to distribute 60 to 70% of its products in the West Bank. Its production was cut in half due to Israeli restrictions. Okay, interesting. Sareo Al Wadia. Let's learn more about this fucking company, shall we? This is 2020. The plot thickens. The plot does thicken. This doesn't mention cookies here, but it does mention it in the Gisha page, right? Company established in 1985. Producing cookies, snacks, and candy. The cookie dough thickens. The court declined to conduct a principal discussion. But in 2020, they were allowed. Okay. What? Okay. Oh, God. Where does this talking point come from? Oh, it's from some articles, right? Anyway, let's see. Start producing cookies, snacks, and candy. Hmm. Hmm. Used to distribute 60 to 70% of total food products in the West Bank before the blockade. Cut in half since 2007. Right. Also exported to Europe. Europe and Gulf countries. Okay. First Gazan company became the first Gazan company allowed to export to the West Bank in 2020. Okay. Al Wadia told the Arab News. Used to distribute this much. Okay. Employs 150 people. Number will double if the factory products are allowed to be marketed outside of Gaza. Gaza products compete on the West Bank market, but also international. Job opportunities. So it's not does that suggest that there not a cookie deficit in Gaza then since the blockade? Like, why couldn't they just produce more internally? Is it because there wasn't any demand, or they allowed two types, only. Types of snacks initially. Price too high for local consumers. Would that be it? But it seems like they were still actually producing goods in Gaza. I don't. Okay, so that's all we need from that. That's an interesting story. Okay. How can I learn more about this company? Is there a picture of them or Gaza? They have a Facebook page. Can someone link it to me? Where? Let's see what else, though. Okay, what's this? Gazans get halva, but no cookies. Okay, hang on. I can't believe we've spent so long digging into this. Oh, shit. Chief of Coordinations Committee said that these things were not permitted. Okay. But anything about cookies before 2010? Glucose, nutmeg, size A4 paper, donkeys. They claim there's no such list. Fuck's sake. Well, we know this because it was a whitelist. It wasn't like a... There's no fixed list of banned products. If you import something into Gaza from an uncertain, let's put it, a mildly uncertain producer from a country that has no diplomatic relations with Israel, then the problem is not the product. Okay, this is actually an interesting explanation. Interesting Hasbara. Explanation from Israel. Who is this person? Spokesman. Okay. Yigal Palmore, spokesman for the Israeli Foreign Ministry. What is this about a ceasefire? We'll get there. We're learning about cookies. Okay. So they're saying it's because, and this is obviously going to put a dent in the cookie usage then, because they're saying it's not because these items are dual use. Denied items are items which are denied are not considered dual use. Oh, it's a good extract. God, what a fucking strange story. I'll just leave that, okay. Why Clintaro or jam or paper might be blocked is not the item per se, but the provenance of the item, what country it comes from. Are you saying goods that come from the likes of Iran and Syria, whatever they might be, are routinely excluded? Or what that would cover states in the region? Okay. Now, I knew you'd ask that question, and of course you have every right to do so, but you understand that this is precisely why we cannot publicize the regulations, the list, so to speak. We don't want to get into diplomatic trouble with anyone. We don't want to pinpoint or to single out any country. This is a very delicate diplomatic question, and this is precisely why it deserves to be kept in discreet hands and not publicized. Okay. All right. So, any untrusted parties are unnamed because we don't want to All right. Okay, that was an interesting little interview. Cool. Okay, do we still have anything about cookies banned in Gaza? Blockade. Where do people get this from then? Now permitted, I've already got this one. Cookies, yeah, it's not much. I just ask Omar. I think it's just conjecture because they said like cookies are now allowed, right? Which suggests that they weren't immediately allowed before, even though it seems to be that the inferred list suggested that they could get in. Okay. Are you still considering getting Twitter Blue because the Twitter files were all 120 character tweets? Dunno. 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 Oh, God. How do I even structure this argument, though? What the fuck? Addressing Destiny's mistake first would make the most sense. Yeah, I can do that, yeah. I can VC about this. Okay, let's see. Avi's going to talk first, and then we'll see. I'm in my amazing. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, good. I've just been reading for a couple of hours about Gaza blockade and cookies.
That's funny.
Oh yeah.
Have you read this NPR interview?
Yep, just did it. So they're saying they have a white list. There's no black list. There's a white list. And the reason we don't include certain things on the white list is because we don't have full assurances from the providers. It's not the items themselves that we consider a threat. It's the providers. And we're not going to publish that because we don't want to cause any diplomatic issues.
Yeah, and I don't think they ever released the white list either. I think
yeah, it's inferred,
they
right?
said some things. They've said some things that were on like paper. They've said that. But I don't think to my knowledge, I've never seen like, oh, here's the white list. But yeah. So I mean, that's essentially what was said. What was said was, you know, and that's why it looks like completely arbitrary. Essentially, it's just like, well, why are they letting cinnamon in, but they're not letting cilantro in?
Yeah.
Like what's who cares? Like what so I mean, there's different hypotheses why certain items are let in, why not let in. I can tell you Israel's narrative, I can tell you like the anti-Israel narrative, and I can tell you like some other miscellaneous things. I mean, the anti-Israel narrative is fairly straightforward. Israel bad though. Israel wants the Gazans to suffer. So what they've done is they've put them on a diet. David Weissglass fake quote or unconfirmed quote. That they will continuously cite very irresponsibly. Then they will say, well, what they've done is since they want to punish the Gazans, make them suffer in the Israel bad manner, they have reduced put the restrictions such that they don't.
Well, you've cut out.
They don't ban all of them to make them not starve. And the issue with that is that that still doesn't explain why things look so arbitrary. I mean, you don't have to do that in an arbitrary way. Like, for example, if I were to be that malicious, if I were just designing this and I wanted to like, let's really get them, you know? What I would do is I would look at the foods that they enjoy. I look at the foods that are of cultural importance to them. The things they rely on. You know, what do they eat for holidays? What do they eat for their culture? And all the ingredients that go into that, like I would just not let those in. But the foods that they hate eating, the ingredients for items that they hate eating, those I would let in. If there was like, you know, some just an example, you know, some people like hate cilantro, it tastes like soap.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if I knew about that group, I would like, oh yeah, let the cilantro in. That's the spice. I don't think there's evidence that Gazans have that, but like in mass. But yeah, that's what I would do. So it doesn't have to be random. You could just be non-random.
You're cutting out again.
You can eat to not starve, but you can only eat the foods that, you know, overall have no cultural connection or religious connection to your people. You can only eat the foods that you'll be miserable with. And there's really no evidence that happened. It just like if you were to, it just looks arbitrary. But the explanation to why that looks arbitrary is that, well, it's not about the food item. It's about where the item is coming from. It's not even only the producer, it's also the shipper, the supplier, who's wrapping the product and shipping. Yeah, exactly. And there are clusters, there's heterogeneity among those supplier shippers, such that different items that were imported tended to be concentrated among different supplier shippers. And not all of those supplier shippers had diplomatic connections to Israel. And so what it looks like is that certain items, now some items may have very well been banned, but it looks like if you were to try to reverse engineer it, it would have the appearance that certain items were just banned because like, hey, every time I order a cookie, like the cookie doesn't go in. Like they just reject the cookie. So then they try to NGOs would try to reverse engineer a list, and they're like, "Oh, let's put cookies on the list because hey, like we've heard it from various different sources that they tried to get cookies and it was rejected." And but in reality, what they're saying, the claim is in reality, well, like every time they were buying a cookie, it came from one of those suppliers.
Yeah.
And so it's not that the cookie was banned; it was that that supplier was banned, and that supplier just so happened to be the ones that were like shipping the cookies.
I think we're almost in the same place. One thing, have you seen the contention that cookies might never have actually been banned, imported in general? It seems like they were getting rejected for local retailers or merchants, like private merchants, but they were still allowed for international organizations to import them.
That's the point I was about to bring up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of these, this is a point in favor of this undermines the make Gazans life miserable hypothesis, and it's a point in favor of the regional hypothesis. Like, okay, well, if you really wanted to make the Gazans life miserable, then why would those items that are ostensibly banned, why would they be allowed in by international humanitarian organizations that do have diplomatic ties to Israel? Because and this is even admitted by NGOs that were reverse engineering these lists, like Gisha. They would say, "Oh no, like we have to let you know, like some of these items, like we're saying, are banned, but if they were let in by a humanitarian organization, they actually weren't. They were let in." And so that actually does make sense on the shipper supplier hypothesis because, well, they actually do know where it's coming from, and they do know they do have ties with them. They're working with them. And it would be a huge thing if, like, the humanitarian organizations were like packaging the foods with like weapons and shit. So that's the main. I think that's the main reason. Now, there's like some people who, there's like maybe some interviews from Israeli officials that have maybe like said like, yeah, we want to make the Gazans' life miserable. I'm sure there's some politicians or some individuals with those sentiments. I'm sure you could find that. But I found that.
There's one official telling Haaretz in 2009, we don't want Gilead Shalit's captors to be munching bamba over his head. It's
exactly. Yeah.
And also the fact that after some pressure, they were able to allow a lot more in, right? Like just because of flotilla and actually Tony Blair of all people. Yeah.
Yeah, that's compatible with both. Like you can, even if you have the shipper supplier thing going on, if someone is, if you have like diplomats from other countries that you're getting aid from saying like, what is going on? Like everyone's telling me you're not letting cookies and macaroni in. Like, what is this? Even if it's for the shipper supplier, that can be made to look like such bad PR that you just have to relax that at some point.
Yeah.
So yes, you will find sentiments out there. Because like it's real. Hey, look, they kidnapped Gilad Shalit. There was a lot of people who hated these people. Like I'm sure, like it's the similar thing that's going on now with like Ben Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich. Like they genuinely just hate Gazans. They genuinely would like to see them starve. Like there's people like that in the Israeli government. I'm not going to deny it. But if you actually look at the facts on the ground, like it doesn't look like they're intending to starve the Gazans. It just doesn't. You will find interviews where people say, I'd love to see that. And I'm sure there are people in the Israeli government who would love to see that. But that's just not how the policy is being executed.
Yeah. So where does
okay, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
So where does the cookie ban claim come from? Because all I can see is articles saying cookies are now allowed in. Is that where people got it from?
Well, the NPR article even said something like that, right?
Okay.
Oh no, it didn't actually.
It said paper, A4 paper was the one they mentioned.
Yeah, I think there was a Huffington Post article that said that. There was a BBC list. Hold on, let me pull it. I'm gonna find it. There was one moment.
Have you just been looking this up all since yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah, same. It's the fucking cookie files. Oh, do you know about I feel like a dick doing this.
The sugar thing?
No, yeah, well, they were always allowing sugar in. Yeah. Do you know about
I don't know if they
Sorreo-
were. I don't know. Like sugar was like there's even like BBC like compiled this thing saying they weren't allowing it until 2009, and Haaretz said otherwise. And so I'm not even sure if like again, it's like the reverse engineering thing. I'm not even sure. Like I suspect what's happening is that like what I suspect happened from the different reports with the sugars. I suspect it was a very similar thing. Like usually there was like a whole regional super supplier thing. They may have not allowed it in, but then like Haaretz would interview some people. My suspicion is, and then like, oh, they got it from actually. This is one of the cases where the shipper suppliers overlap, and there was like one that didn't, or some that did have diplomatic ties to their own, let it in, and be like, hey, no, this is not true. This is bullshit. We interviewed these people, and they are letting sugar in. It's like that's where you get different conflicting reports.
Mhm.
Like, okay, so here is I don't know if you saw this. Like, so here's like an attempt that BBC like let in did where they I'm sending you this where they did something similar, try to reverse engineer it themselves, and then they tried to make their own list and like when these different items were allowed in.
There's cookies on this. Biscuits.
It's on. Oh, here the Huffington Post I think mentions it.
Yeah, BBC doesn't mention. Yeah, okay.
Here, this one does.
Okay. What items are allowed in? Fuck me, that's okay. Oh yeah, this is the one where they say, yeah. And this is before, this is after, because obviously after when stuff started to go in, they started to reverse engineer.
Yeah.
This is the same thing you see everywhere. Soda, juice, jam, spices, shaving cream, potato chips, cookies, candy.
Yeah.
They're being really
I think what's
sarcastic
happening
here.
here. Look, I think I think the reason. Look, I think. Yeah, again, this is also explaining why there's conflicting reports on different food items. Because if you're doing a shipper supplier, if the shipper supplier is determining whether if an item gets banned or not, well, sometimes you get a case where one of the shipper suppliers does have diplomatic relations to Israel. And so if you were to interview a group of people that are trying to get the cookies in from one that doesn't, they'll just get rejected. And they'll tell you like, oh, this is a banned item. Then the other group will tell you like, no, it's not a banned item. We have our cookies and they're letting our cookies in. Like, oh, that's a myth. Sugar was never banned, like Haaretz would say.
Yeah.
And so it's like, well, it's not so again, like what's explaining this is not that there was ever a blanket ban or a blanket allowance. It's just, well, at least for that item, there was, it depended on where you're getting it from, and Israel wouldn't release the allowances of where you get it from for security reasons themselves.
Yeah.
So you just had to luck out and buy it from the right shipper supplier, and then it would get in.
Do you know about? I feel like such a dick bringing this one up. Do you know about Sorreo Al Wadia?
No, what's this?
They're an internal company in Gaza that's been there since 1985. They produce cookies, snacks, and candy. They're complaining about the blockade because they used to export to the West Bank and to Europe and the Gulf, and they had to cut their production in half basically because most of their production was for export. But there's no indication that they stopped operating during the blockade because they had everything they needed to make cookies. So it seems to be the case that cookies were being internally produced in Gaza throughout this entire period.
Oh.
And they were in 2020, they were the first company that was allowed to export to the West Bank from Gaza.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does seem like they were making cookies in Gaza this entire time.
They were also growing sugar in Gaza as well, by the way. They were growing sugar beets. There's evidence of that. So there was local production of sugar. Yeah, I think there were restrictions on exports as well. That's true. Here we go. Here is the stuff from January 2000. At least as early as in 2000, they were growing sugar beets.
Okay.
Like sugar is not hard to grow, so they were growing all that. They were growing sugar.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, they can still complain and say, "Hey, well, it's still not enough cookies. We need more cookies."
Yeah. Well, I mean, but that's oh god, it's just the problem is that First of all, Destiny looking incredibly silly, trying to make a case for cookie fucking rockets, whatever. But the other thing, like just seeing, like the fact that Omar, like the only thing he wants to talk about with the blockade is fucking cookies and shit that's not even, that is contestable to begin with, but has not been the case for over a decade, right?
It's so unfortunate because like once you have your mind set in one of these things, like you are so deep programmed in and dialed in, whether you're Hasbara dialed in or whether you're like Hamasbara dialed in, you're never going to have a real conversation about what actually happened. Like your brain is rot. Like it's like, because I mean the biggest thing, the biggest issue is like this was a security concern. It was, and it was an overreaction. I mean that's the biggest takeaway. Like this was, and look, that this is the things that happened. Israel has a very strong security concern, and this is one of the cases where they probably got a little too paranoid. To be fair, like that's the most reasonable assessment about what happened here. They were overly restricted. It probably took like way too long to figure out who was the appropriate shipper supplier, to investigate, to see if and probably like they weren't even doing like, and also there were many ways they could have done around it. They could have done inspections instead, like they're literally doing right now. Maybe they didn't want to, maybe they didn't want to invest the resources into that. But even then, like even some basic inspection processes could have alleviated some of this stuff. And you know, it was just too harsh. It was kind of ridiculous. That is probably the most reasonable interpretation of the blockade. But this idea that these two ideas that like, oh well, the reason for the blockade was that they wanted for all these items is they wanted to not have the cookies turn into rockets. Well, first of all, they were growing sugar locally. So that's one. But even if they wanted to do it on top of that, there were periods of time where sugar was allowed in where cookies weren't. Now you can say they're not mutually exclusive. There's an overlap because like still the cookies weren't allowed for other reasons because of the shipper supplier stuff. But now we're really stretching it. It's going to be a lot easier to just like sugar it's very hard to ban sugar. Yeah. Like like to the point where the population doesn't have like copious amounts of it. Like it's such an easy thing to produce locally. And then on the other side, like if you're just Hamasbara dialed in with like, oh, well, Israel is just so evil. They wanted to like make everyone's life miserable. Like, okay, like there's nothing you're going to be able to say to have a productive conversation out of that.
Yeah,
like,
the problem is as well, like, sorry, will you continue? I keep interrupting you.
Yeah, because there's nothing you're going to be able to like, okay, so then like, what's the solution? Like, okay, just like at least there's a solution if like you're in the real world and you're like, oh, there's an actual security concern and they're overreacting. Like you can talk to people like that. You can have a rational conversation. You can be like, hey, listen, like what are some of the things we could do to alleviate the security concern? Could we inspect instead? Could we instead of doing this? Could we at least can we at least have some streamlined process for the local distributor supplier? Like there are some things we could talk about, and they're going to cave to international pressure like more because their security concerns could be alleviated easily. You can actually have these conversations. But like if it's just like, oh well, we hate the Gazans and we want them to suffer. Like, okay, well, what are you going to do? Convince them to not hate the Gazans now? Like it's just such a brain rotten, like counterproductive. Like you shut off all discourse at this point.
Yeah, like, I feel like I noticed that when I was going through a 2015 paper from Gisha on the recent expansions of the dual use items list. And there's a really interesting part in here where they're talking about how they changed the allowance for wood planks to go in by taking it from 2 by 5 centimeters down to 1 by 1, which but then they did that at the same time as Kogat announcing in a kind of positive way that furniture that's being produced in Gaza could get sold in Israel. But they said that right at the same time that the furniture industry was collapsing because people couldn't get access to the appropriate amount of wood and lacquer and glue because of the blockade and because of the lack of like ability to get permits. And like that's just like that's a really insensitive fucking thing to do, that you're like, oh look, now you guys can export whilst we've just made it even harder for this collapsing industry to produce anything to export anyway. I'm like, you could actually have a discussion about that. You could talk about how there's like in these calculations, it doesn't seem to be like there's a very transparent or if any valuable cost-benefit analysis to security versus human life in Gaza.
Or even
But
necessarily a strong coordination between the different organizations on these sides.
yeah, and
yeah, and like you can talk about that at least. But like if you're just saying, well, we just want to humiliate the Gazan furniture producers, it's like, well, okay, well, can we convince you to like them instead? Like, what the fuck is the conversation?
Yeah,
then?
but that's
like,
the whole, well, just BDS everything and leave
like,
Israel to fucking die. Yeah, it's just like, but yeah, that's the problem. Like, I think for people like fucking Omar and shit like that, like it's just easier to talk about a policy that's been arguably never in place, but even if it has, it's been dead for 15 years. Because it's like the only good Zionist is an evil Zionist, not a Zionist who might actually be causing suffering because of an overreaction to a legitimate security concern. No, you have to be a satanic Zionist. Yeah, that's the only ones that we're interested in talking about. Yeah, fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's basically my take on this.
Okay, I might make a thread. The cookie files. We'll fight on all fronts, because right now I do have there's a really a lot of Destiny fans being like, you can separate sugar from the cookie to make the raw. I'm like, oh shit.
No, it's
dude.
true. You can't, and that's not a false. By the way, that's
no,
not
I know it's not
claim.
false, but it's just like there's like if they
actually
were
went on
doing this, we'd
Destiny's
know,
stream.
right? Yeah.
I went on Destiny's stream just to get the dunk on Lycan because he was saying it's impossible to do it.
All right.
Like he was saying, like it is impossible to separate sugar from a cookie, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like you have no clue what you're talking about. Of course you can. There's like, there's even like certain like USDA organizations that do this just to measure the sugar content in fucking products.
Yeah,
like,
for FDA approval. Yeah.
Yeah, like of course you can separate the sugar from these products. Like,
yeah,
it's not that fucking hard. Like,
but obviously the problem is just like that's not why that's not why cookies weren't getting it. Yeah, even if they weren't. Yeah.
Like notice the brain rot on the other side of the cookie thing. It's like, well, we have to say that it's impossible.
Yeah.
It's impossible to separate the sugar from the cookie. Like no.
It's just
like the amount of ridiculousness on all sides of this like conversation is like insane. Yeah.
Well.
But I don't like this. It is just an overreaction of security concern. It's like they were concerned about where these items were coming from. Like that seems to be really the. I'm not saying that there weren't motivations on these other hypotheses. Okay. I'm sure there were some motivation there, but the main reason seems to be that. And by the way, even the sugar thing, like even when they allowed sugar, like what is still not allowed, what wasn't allowed was glucose, which is not the same thing as sugar. Like just pure glucose.
Okay.
Because sugar, like table sugar, is a disaccharide, I think. Yeah. It's composed of glucose and fructose. It's glucose bonded to fructose. But pure glucose wasn't allowed.
Okay.
So because that might I think the idea was that like just makes a better rocket or something or something like that. I don't know but I know but I know on the Gisha like sugar was allowed, but glucose was not allowed. So like there was some concern with that. So there may be, but again, like I don't think the idea of banning sugar is that you're going to, like it's just hard. It's hard to do this for any country. Like I don't know if any country where it's like even under like all sorts of sanctions, it's just going to have an absence of sugar. It's too easy to grow.
Yeah.
And if they were producing cookies throughout, of course they had access to sugar.
Fuck, man. I think Destiny did pretty well overall.
No, overall, I feel like the big issue, like.
Well, obviously, everyone's going to talk about the cookie rocket. Yeah.
No, I mean they're talking about the cookie rocket. I mean the other thing is like the 9-to-1 figure, the 9-to-1 death figure, which I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was true for Urban Warfare. I never checked.
No, for 9-to-1 deaths for civilian casualty is completely false.
Okay.
9, even it's cited as a casualty figure, not a death figure, and even as a casualty figure, it's still very misleading because as a casualty figure, the way you get there for like contemporaneous combats is to include everything as a casualty, including displacement. But that's really silly because it is the natural tendency of civilians to displace themselves voluntarily from a combat zone, whereas it is the literal job of a militant to do the opposite of that, to stay in the combat zone.
Yeah.
And so regardless of your performance in terms of principle of distinction or proportionality or whatever the fuck, this is just something you're going to expect. Like, you're going to expect civilians to voluntarily displace themselves, and you're just counting all that as casualties. Like, that's not even a bad thing necessarily. Like, it's a good thing for civilians to get out of the way of the combat zone.
Okay.
So, I mean, to count displacement as a casualty seems really silly.
Yeah, that is.
But
weird.
and of course, if you were to do that, if you were to apply that in the current war, it would look even worse. Because like, there's all sorts of people who are internally displaced. In fact, majority of Gaza is internally displaced. Like the ratio would look insane. It's a silly metric, but if you're going to go with that metric, it would look even worse if you applied it to the current war. And then the other thing is, like, I think he needed to interrupt more.
Yeah.
I think he let them bully him way too much, like steamroll him, like just not let him get a word in. Like,
yeah, I know. I'd be losing my shit. Yeah.
Well, he needed to just assert himself more and be like stop the Gish Gallop, go one by one. Too tame Stiny. But other than that, he did pretty well, I think.
So when we're talking about what is the normal civilian combatant casualty ratio for modern urban warfare? Is there one, or they just are too different?
I can tell you that.
Yeah,
I have a whole list, a whole my project.
Yeah, but that's not ratio. That's a relative. Is there?
No, I have
ratio?
I have the data to get civilian casualty ratio.
Oh, okay.
Wait, let me just do the average real quick. I'll tell you.
Oh.
For the overall of my project, the average. This sorry, one moment. So for the US list, hold on. I actually should do median because it'll get skewed. For the US, it's going to be 1.13 for everything I have on there. The median, not the average, median. For everything, this includes Israel battles. Oh, I have to separate. It's not telling me that, but it looks like somewhere around. Let's see. The average for the various Israel battle, the median for the various Israel battles. Not that I think civilian casualty ratio is like a meaningful metric, by the way. I think it's a really shitty metric.
Yeah, obviously.
Median for Israel is 1.96.
Wait, what?
1.96
for Israel, like what, since
for all their fucking battles. It's like
what, in this war or all the wars?
No, like all of them.
Oh, like what, since 48 or since 2005?
Like including 48.
Oh, okay. So they kill what, 1.96 civilians for every combatant? Or
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
On a median, as a median.
Okay.
And well, if you want to talk about Russia, not as it's worse. For Russia, Russia is 2.79 is the median.
Okay. Well, how did you for the 48 war? How many civilians did you get there?
Oh no, not the full war. The battle that you actually helped me with.
Oh, Deir Yassin. Okay, you're talking about. Oh, okay.
I had that one here.
Okay, I thought you meant like just the entire war, like
every
war
they've
ever done.
Like all of everything I'm able to sample basically that has available data is what has gone in here.
Okay.
That had available data for the relative risk metric that has gone.
Do you know anything about how many of those 1,200 Israelis were killed on day one of October 7th? Because I don't actually know how long Gaza were across the border.
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
So the overwhelming majority of the Israelis on October 7th were killed on October 7th.
Yeah, well, yeah, just how is that distributed over how many days?
The battle took place for over 3 days.
Okay.
October 7th, 8th, and 9th.
All right, 3 days. Okay.
By the end of the first day, almost all of the civilians had been killed. That were killed.
Yeah, so it's like 800 or something, right?
Yeah, and the majority of IDF soldiers were killed.
Okay.
However, there are some IDF soldiers. Their deaths are distributed over the ensuing battles, over the ensuing days, October 8th and October 9th. So, in fact, I have a whole list.
Shit.
Hold on, with the names and everything. Let me send you this. One moment. Okay. October. Oh, wait, October. Where is the file? Let me see. Save as. Okay. Why can't I? 1 second. I share. Let's see, just write Oct 7th kills. Let's see if that makes it easier. What the downloads? Why is it not doing this? Oh, here. It just saves it as a new thing. Okay. All right. There's a list. Sent it to you.
All right.
So these are all of the civilians, by civilians on international law, that is. So these are citizens, foreign national workers, police, firefighters, medics, emergency response, like ambulance workers.
You actually got every motherfucker, did you? Okay.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
And then I also have every one of the IDF soldiers. Let me put that. In fact, let me put that on this one. Hold on. I'll resend this to you again. One moment, because I should have this on the same thing. So, because I have the full list of that as well.
Okay.
IDF. And it also tabulates them by the date.
Okay.
So, it's October 7th, October 8th. So, yeah, October 8th and 9th I have as well. Okay, let me just do all this. Okay, and then. All right, make this IDF soldiers. And this one will be civilians. All right, let's save that. All right, I'm going to resend this to you. Now that has everyone.
Okay.
So if you see the IDF soldiers tab, you'll see that there's like, if you scroll down, you'll see there's it shows which ones died on October 8th and which ones died on October 9th.
Oh, okay. IDF soldiers. So yeah, 1, 2. What, really only 2 died on the 8th and the 9th?
No, wait, are you saying 2?
Because the
Scroll down,
little
283.
8 tab on the 9th. Oh, wait, what? Oh,
go to
no,
the
no,
chat.
it's oh, okay. The list starts here. I got you. I'm stupid. Okay.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Well, 283 to 306.
Mhm.
That would be 17, fucking 23. So most of them died on October 7th.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I didn't know that. So yeah, because I was ever thinking about this argument of which army like behaves in a better way. It's well, like how many people did Hamas kill in one day? Like over 1,000. So multiply that by 220 days this war's been going on. It's like, oh, okay, wow. Anyway.
No, yeah, they have the highest. They have the highest civilian kill rate per unit of time. That's for sure. Arguably in any of the conflicts since maybe the Holocaust or something.
Oh, really?
Or some like
Rwanda would be higher, right? Wouldn't it?
Rwanda perhaps.
Much higher.
But I think it's like because like what was the kill rate for Rwanda per day? Like
8,000 or something, wasn't it? It was 800,000 in 100 days.
800,000 in 100 days. Wait, 800.
Wait, was it? Hang on. I've read the fucking paper for this, but I feel like it was over 100 days.
Rwanda. Like over the entire war, or
I'm trying to think. Like that's what because there's
the entire operation.
Yeah, let me see.
Let's see.
So I remember seeing a fucking article about this, like NCBI.
Like, so the Rwandan Civil War, because the Rwandan Civil War was from 1990 to 1994.
Let me see.
And it was like 500,000 to 800,000 civilians killed in the Rwandan genocide.
Oh, is it 500? Okay, let me see.
500 to 800,000.
I think they have it here. What's this say? Oh, this is just. I think that this paper has death rates somewhere for the genocide, but I don't know if I'm going to find it right away. Does it have a rate? Don't know. I think it's somewhere in this paper, but I can't remember.
Yeah, I mean, you could if you're doing it by because like the kills were not concentrated evenly over the Rwandan Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
So there, you probably do get like even if they were just concentrated over 1 year, you get probably the highest rate because then, you know, if it was 650,000 over, even if it was just concentrated over 1 year, you were already at like 1,780 kills or something per day. So that's like, yeah, that would be like insane. But yeah, like since like excluding like some crazy genocides and stuff, like that operation you're talking about like 800 to 900 civilians killed in 1 day.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, let me think. It's hyper intense kill rates during the 100-day period of the Nazis. This is comparing the Rwanda genocide and the Holocaust for daily kill rates.
Oh, I think I saw that paper.
Yeah, what are we saying here? Because I think there were periods of the Rwanda genocide that were higher rates than the Holocaust. I think the Holocaust on average all the way through would have been like, I think the gas chambers was 2,000 a day across all 5 of them, 5 of the fucking death camps. But it was estimated that the Hutus killed the Tutsis at a rate 5 times a day more than the Nazis killed Jews in the concentration camps. Yeah, apparently they're saying some 800,000 of the Tutsis were slaughtered in the space of a 100-day period. So that would have been 8,000 a day.
Yeah.
That is so many. What the actual fuck, man?
No, they don't like each other.
They don't make them like they used to, eh? 445,700 murders per month for the Holocaust. Yeah.
I wish the people screaming about genocide actually learned these genocides.
Any of them. Even Srebrenica, 8,000 people in like 3 days. And that's all after they've surrendered. They're all in captivity, just getting marched across to different fucking schools and abandoned fucking warehouses and then just shot and then buried. Like, yeah, fuck. So that's like more than 2,000 a day as well, Srebrenica.
Yeah. No, that's pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I gotta do this fucking thread, and I'm struggling with the first sentence because I suck at doing these things. Okay.
Well, I think the first sentence should start with the cookie files.
That's what I'm gonna do, yeah. And then I'm gonna say, I think, just I just want to talk about how like this, like it's just a perfect example of how stupid the fucking propaganda game is. In this case, both on the part of Destiny and Omar.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a. The worst part about it, I've said it again. I'm just sort of repeating myself. The worst part about it is like, this is the sort of thing that like really just makes productive conversations, like actual policy changing productive conversations that can be like brought to like your local senator, or it could be brought to your local like politician, like some sort of meaningful change. Like it's just a non, like you can't have conversations anymore to do these. It's just because it's just so like you've altered your sense of reality about this conflict to such a malicious degree that it's either it's like what is there to even say anymore?
Yeah, and there's a lot to say about the blockade. The blockade doesn't. It's not as complicated as I thought it was, as far as the dual use thing and the how people get their permits for dual usage and it's not. There's not actually that much to it. The legal questions, I guess, is pretty messy, but otherwise, yeah.
All right. Well, have fun.
Okay. Take care, man. Bye bye.
Take care.
We're going millennial mode now. We're going a thread. Blockade. How it changed. Time. I feel so fucking corny doing this shit, but whatever. And why the fuck we're talking about cookie? Look at that. That a good one? We're gonna be here for a while, okay, guys? Actually, just chill, okay? You guys want to help me with this? If anyone's good at like both sides, absolutely. Put some music on, maybe? Yeah, sure. Twitter thesis, obviously. It's needed, though. I feel like people need to know. Because I'm going to say, first of all, we'll structure this. The first problem is that there are two presuppositions that make conversations about... there are two... All right, okay. Presuppositions that basically make this conversation impossible. The Israeli side wants to believe that every single measure that's taken against Palestinians has to have a legitimate security use, has to have a legitimate security basis. The Palestinian side, the other side needs it to be about, it has to be punitive action, white supremacist genocide and all that shit, right? All right, let's see. All right, for every measure. And, uncovering the cookie crumbling truth. Well, don't worry. We'll get into the cookie memes. Don't worry. Weird. Fuck, I don't know why I'm doing so much priming. People... Never mind about it. Without looking. Thing about... That's the way the cookie crumbles, Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Default to the opposite. It was only... Don't worry, we'll clean it up afterwards. We'll just go through it quickly and then see if we can... This is going to be a rocky road. Shut up. Shut up. It was only meant to... Its only purpose... This was to inflict suffering. Suffering. Right, I can't just say, in this case, the truth is somewhere in the middle, is likely somewhere in the middle. What's this? Oh, whatever. Oh, fuck, okay. Isn't it enough that Israel seemed indifferent to suffering? Yeah, that's actually exactly the same as saying that they restricted cookies so they could make Palestinians suffer. I don't know. Yeah, if you, I don't know. What do you mean, isn't it enough? For what? Like, we just stop learning there? There's no point in learning anything else or going any deeper into what's happening? Like, why? How fucking lazy? Oh, God. On the Israeli position? No, it is. Where's to inflict suffering? Let's look into what really happened. Oh yeah, I'm doing it. I'm going video essay. That's true. On the strip. Lorna Box is a smart cookie. He'll figure this out. Yeah, well. Fuck's sake. Okay, what's this? Yeah. And this strip. Trying to think of what I'm actually trying to say now. Fuck. Oh God. Toss your cook. Stop. It's your friend Destiny who feels like he needs to defend everything. Omar is only saying it is unjust to punish all Gazans because of Hamas. If you think that's all Omar was saying, no, we're sorry. Just wait till we get through this thread, okay? Because once you know exactly what happened, you will find that Omar's characterization of what happened is fucking insane. It is propaganda to the fucking hilt, all right? He can always back off and just say, well, why can't Gaza blockade weapons to Israel? It's like, okay, well, that's not your initial fucking point, bro. Yeah. Okay. Oh, God. All right. There's an additional blockade over in the strip. You should open with that contention. Well, I kind of did, right? But we'll see. Fuck. Fuck's sake, man.
What is the conclusion you wish to express? Are you trying to link this into how the conflict is viewed in general as a binary?
Thanks for the $10, P Nasty. Yeah, why not? Maybe. We'll see. Strip. I don't need to mention this agreement, right? This is... Really after... I don't... You don't need to mention any of it, to be honest. Fuck off. I might do it, actually. Whole order. I'll just say on paper. On paper, the... Okay. Claimed. Yep, however... However... I'm just gonna do this the way I like to talk, alright? However, quickly showed... a lot. Oh yeah, wait. Yes, I had no discernible. Um. Books, clothes, toys, tea, coffee, milk, and most big products. Products. So. Where slowly allowed in. Okay, I'll do screenshots afterwards. This is a bunch of sweet talk. With what do you call it? Nitrogen. What's it called? Potassium nitrate. A word primer. It was used as propellant for Cosm rockets. It's very. Purpose, not least of all, because raw sugar never. From Gaza. Um. Let's see. Okay, we're very... Is stonewalling the right word where you just don't answer? Is that right? A list of... was never made public. Actually, that's not really true, is it? Because of the whitelisting. Is this the one with the whitelisting? There's the long document. No, that's not it. No, where's the... Oh yeah, whitelist. This is in 2010 though. Hmm. Oh, book. I'm trying to think what to do here. Hmm. 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 Wonderbox in the depression stage acceptance. What depression phase, bro? I didn't accept anything. I always said that the cookie measures were probably because of some punitive shit. Turns out it's actually a really interesting answer, though. Hmm. This tweet. This tweet's fucking base, dude. We're fighting everyone. We're fighting on all fronts on this tweet. 4 hours on cookies. Yep. Ah, fuck. What do I... Okay, I need to think of what direction I want to go here now, because I want to write about going from the raw sugar never being banned, and then we're going to go into flotilla. I need to get in flotilla. The people don't need to know that the list thing, so Maybe go flotilla incident, blockade eases, and then we get some answers. Or the whitelist, even though it comes after flotilla, and then do flotilla because of the easing. Trying to think of how I want to timeline this. Huh. Hmm. Actually, I will do this. Hang on. Made public. And made public. Mounting pressure from the flotilla incident. Yeah. Didn't. Like Nor was. Given for these measures. Here's. Measures. Measures. Right, so there was any justification. Measures. Yes. There's any justification given these measures. Measured, measured. Trying to think about punitive. I just want to talk about it being
I
punitive.
think we need more organizations and associations that take the pragmatic, how do we make things better for both Palestinians and Israelis? I'm in Toronto, Canada. I can only find pro on one side or the other. Any good organizations to support?
I have no idea, but I really appreciate the dono. I really appreciate the. Is it 2,500 South African? Is it? Yeah, I don't know. But thanks very much. I really appreciate that. It's really kind of you. God. Huh. There's any justification given for these measures. Then for such seemingly arbitrary.
Old school historians had to dig through dusty archives and scour libraries for old newspapers. Guys like you prove that despite all the propaganda, truth has never been easier to reach. Heart, much love.
Oh, thanks for the 50 shekels, Avio. I really appreciate it. What a kind message. P Nasty, thanks for $5. To clarify, it sounds like when you say nor was any justification given, are you talking about the blockade as a whole or the item list specifically? Such seemingly arbitrary measures. 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 Hmm. There's, measures. Hooray. It's almost... Serbian dinars. Ah, thanks very much. Very and punitive measures. In 2009, one Israeli official told Haaretz don't want Gilad Shalit's captors to be munching bamba for his head. Let's just put it here. That's just a good quote. All right. Okay. Yeah, 2000. Didn't there's okay. Um to the spotlight. And right, and uh hmm. Threw Israel's blockade measures into the spotlight and force them to change course. It was actually within weeks, wasn't it? Several. Oh, we have to mention. Through a new policy. He brokered. Several started entering, including cookies. I'll just leave that. Let's just keep it snappy. That's just a funny one thing for me. I think several items started entering the strip. Including cookies. Started entering the strip. Entering the strip. New list of banned goods published. What was this? Entering the strip. Okay. Most items, including cookies, started entering the strip. Shortly afterwards. All right, let's come into. So Omar was right. Well. Or were they? Late 2010. What is the blurb for Gisha? Human rights? Israeli rights org. Managed to get into the This is a long ass post, not gonna lie. Yeah, it is. It's not actually that long. How these decisions. Provided some. To provide some insight. Right. The old measures. Okay. Measures. Well, you add references. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Got them all here. They're just going into the end when we edit. Okay. The old measures. Turned out that we were given. It turned out that the Ministry of Defense had been issued a white list. Did goods. Goods. Did goods. And they're to feed the god. So it's not just food, it's like a whole bunch of shit, so I'll just do that. Alright, why not get to wear blue? 1 minute, I don't fucking know. Yeah, fuck. Had issued a white list of accepted goods, though there was no formal blacklist. It's almost everything outside of the whitelist. Hang on. Should have a whitelist of accepted goods, though their blacklist wasn't on this list, was denied, although there was no formal blacklist. 20 2022. Okay. I'll link this one here. Wait, would it not let me link? It should let me link in a post, right? If I'm just adding it in. Because I thought they discount links. What? Oh. That's gonna fuck everything up. Oh shit. That's okay. I'll just get fucking Twitter blue and make this single essay. All right. Oh, there's. Eric, that's good. Why not have citation numbers in the text and a bibliography at the end like a proper report? Because it's mental. What? Chill. Geisha had been able to introduce which... Or... Before getting this list... With an orgs to ones were allowed and prohibited. But there is. Caveat around biscuits. It was biscuits and what? Biscuits and chocolate. Chocolate. Permitted. Only for partially blocked. And I'll have the screenshot in that one, so that's fine. And We're only for only partial. Okay. Never actually banned. The and some Is it possible? Yeah, it's possible. No thickens. Been operating in Gaza. Five. Uses. Cookies and snacks. Say cookies. 85. Blockade. Alright. They don't seem to have stopped operating. From 7 to 10. And 10. Okay. Why would it be from 2007 to 2017? Whoops. Sorry, dumb fuck. Because it's a typo, that's why. Okay. Jesus Christ. Oh. Hmm. Other words. Hmm. My family owns Kazam Ice Cream Company in Gaza. I can tell you all you need to know. Wait, okay. About what? The blockade? The cookies? Yeah, sure. We never stopped making it even with restrictions on sugar. Are you kidding me? Is there actually the fucking child of a Gazan ice cream company owner in my chat? What the fuck? You can come into Discord and tell me. I'm still trying to find out if Gaza ever went without cookies for 3 years. I just want to, I don't know, fucking. It's not even that fucking important. Like, we'll get to the problems with the blockade anyway after this, but it's just like. I want to say, so I want to be bold and say there's no evidence that Gaza was ever deprived of cookies for 3 years. But I just want to. You moved to Canada. Well, that's fortunate. Kazam ice cream. Oh, someone's already. We've already got the BBC article up. Okay. Huh. This is at the beach. Huh. Very nice, said Ghazi Hamed, the deputy foreign minister for Hamas. Everyone here knows Kazams. What a strange article. What about Hamas, the hardline Islamists who run the Gaza Strip? In a place where they put up big posters discouraging young men from wearing low-slung jeans, how do they take to that other staple of American-influenced youth culture? Bro, this is so what the fuck? $2015. Huh. Don't want to flex, but the ice cream place is very popular. We would sell for 1 shekel and people would be buying all day. Well, damn. Pretty cool, eh? So, okay. Uh, Here's... We're stopped. Seems like so. Okay. There are 2 answers. One above. One is provided by three. Okay. That's three. Who argued that products, but rather there's trusted whitelist. Where that came from? Included. Included. There's an excluded ones though. Didn't. Hence. I've seen it. Thank you for the Jerusalem Post article, yes. Were cookies even really banned? They might have been. We don't know. We just don't know. Like, hence the random. Yeah, we know biscuits were only partially. Biscuits and chocolates were only partially banned. They were still allowed in through international orgs. Of the list. They were never scared of cookies. Israeli? Oh yeah, Israeli. I don't think it rules out the punitive. Lorna, the main thing I wanted to say is even if they were somewhat banned, a lot of stores and companies were still able to access them through permission from Israeli or national orgs. shop is very known, so Israel always allowed us. Yeah, I saw that as well, that people could apply and shit like that. Just suffer or just didn't care. Oh, wait. Didn't care. Yeah. We're facing. Sentence going over. Me. Explicit. Manipulation. Ain't no way you're still writing this tweet. Listen, it's just part of the research process, okay? We're just vibing. An hour and 15. Yeah, well. It's quicker than the last one I did, to be fair. To aim to put. Dead. To mind until they were forced to. Until they were forced to. Okay. Okay. I lost the plot with the cookie thing. Okay. You've been doing this for the past 4 hours. We've been reading and talking and vibing. Don't worry. How many people are watching this shit? How do you guys sit through this, actually? That's a really good question. Fucking degenerates. Losers. 722 people are watching this absolute fucking bollocks. What? There ain't no way. I love you guys. Okay. There is no fucking way. Is this riveting to you guys? Okay. Beak content. All right. Okay, now I want to shit on Omar. How do we get into that? I know it was, yeah, he spoke about the cookie so he could avoid talking about the weapons. Yeah. Bid items. It's from the Ministry of Defense. Defense. Items from the Ministry of Defense. That's okay. Defense. It's, with Jesus. Okay. Or He imported for just thing from pre-2010. And the cookie handle. Cookiegate was over. Jesus Christ. I might take the cheesy stuff out. Let's see. It all leads me to wonder. If even I don't think I like saying it that way because people just link the article saying, oh, they allowed cookies in now, which suggests they weren't before. Keep ban. Completely in place. How do I spell that? Quintessential, obviously, yes. Well. Oh god, I'm trying to think of. I'm gonna be here for a while. Someone in chat said it actually. Let's be nice. Is this comment supposed to be nice? A little bit. I don't know why I need to say fuck in it. Like, it just seems biased. I don't know. It just seems unnecessarily snarky. Makes you sound like a DGGer. %, is agreeing with him. If you think this is agreeing with him, you are actually like, you're so fucking lost, Brian. What the fuck? Cookies were never targeted. There was never an Israeli politician who said, I don't want Gazans to get cookies. That didn't happen. What criticisms do you have for Destiny's position? Destiny leapt to the conclusion that he stood in the assumption that every blockaded item had to have some legitimate security reason, by assuming that cookies could be used to make rockets. That looks kind of dumb, right? It's a meme. That's a meme assumption. Now that we know actually why the list of items that weren't allowed in initially was so trivial. the banned items are ontologically justified. It's not even shaky at best, it's just not there. Okay. Same time. Thing, use items. Use Did you mean type never? Hang on. Never. Where? Second to last. What? We'll go back. Don't worry. We'll go back. Necessary. Hang on. Did you see that Barghouti might be released if they reach a deal? That. Oh, it was never fully... if it was ever... Yeah, no, if it was ever even fully in place. As I'm saying, like, if it was even fully in place. Yeah. Well, so the flotilla backlash. I don't even know if I need to say this. Well, and the really balancing. He needs with the humanitarian needs of Gazans. The problem. I say Zionist? It's been 6 years. Stop. That's a spicy jab. It's fucking true. Regardless of how scant the evidence. Not to sell. So the cookies thing was not punitive. Doesn't seem to be, no. Doesn't seem to have been driven by punitive measures. It might have been the case that there were some people who just didn't care enough to alleviate the blockade measures quickly enough. But no, that whitelist does not seem to have been put in place because someone was like, I want to just randomly take these civilian goods out of Gazans' mouths. We can't know. Good. So let's talk about the things we do fucking know. Let's talk about the things we actually have public information on. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes. If you want to use we don't know as the excuse, well, we don't know. What the, yeah, we don't actually know that, we don't know that it wasn't fucking people on the other side of the border stealing all the fucking cookies and just saying Israel did it. We don't know that either, actually. Like, we have enough space to add in all that fucking conjecture. Yeah. We can't know, therefore. We love that. Okay, then we're talking about our both sides here. Doesn't all this assume Israel has the right to create a siege by... It's not a siege. If you think it's a fucking siege, pre-October 7th, it's not a siege, it's a blockade. Read about any fucking siege that's ever happened in history and compare it. No, it's not the same as a blockade. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, if another government with another military is shooting rockets indiscriminately at you and saying that they want to destroy your country, yeah, that's... You're gonna get a blockade. Yeah, like anyone would do that. Yeah. English not my native language. Okay. But yeah, the blockade, I think, that's why it's contentious. That's why there's all kinds of legal disagreements. Anyway. Toys. It's because the initial blockade from 2007 to 2010 was not done through a list of banned items. They didn't just sit through every item and go ban, not ban, ban. They just had a whitelist. They had a list of items that they were okay to bring in. And the way they seem to have chosen that list is because of suppliers that they had experience with and from suppliers and countries that they trusted. That's it. So that's why it looks so random. It's because they weren't picking based on item, they were picking based on suppliers and countries. Result is the same. You can say that if you don't think intent matters. Yeah. The result's actually not the same, because the result is that after some pressure, Israel within a few weeks changed the measures and started letting those items in. Would they have done that if they just wanted to hurt Gazans for no reason or seize cookies out of their mouths or whatever the fuck, right? Trying to think if I want to say this. Fuck. It looked quite silly. Trying. Talk about sugar and rockets. I guess is. Said with Shen. Fuck. There had to be. And for every. And just dug in from there. There. Same token. With the assumption and that every Hmm. And make as use of the assumption Okay. And is editorialized version of one that hasn't existed for nearly for a decade. Decade. Ugh, almost done, guys. Not sure what else to say. I feel like I've got some concluding notes, but I'm not sure what they are. Let's think. All right. I think I've got my CNN article here. I want to say something about how, like, because at the end of the day, maybe they put those measures in because they just wanted to hurt Palestinians. Maybe they did it in that way. Or maybe they didn't. But it's like, what we do know is that it was ultimately hindering Hamas from repurposing every item they possibly could to make weapons and build and turn this and like build a mass like a quasi-state military infrastructure that they would use to launch that they would eventually use to launch their attack on October 7th. Repurposing. Fuck me. I don't think it's really a stretch at all that Israel would purposely try to make life worse by stopping certain things with no other purpose. That's fine if you think that. Just prove it. That's it. Just prove it. I think there's more than enough evidence there to say that it seems like they didn't care, because after the flotilla incident, they were able to somehow very, very quickly start making accommodations for all these new goods that were previously not getting in. But that's not the same as someone like actually just sitting there making a decision and going through this list and being cookies. Well, you know, I just feel like Gazan kids just don't really deserve cookies this year. And just like crossing the, like, you need to know what you're engaging with, because if you really, the problem is, Avi actually just said this, if you really think Israel does what they do because they just want Palestinians to suffer, then what do you do about that? You can't do anything about that. What, make, like, politely convince them to like Palestinians? Like, no, you'd have to force, you'd have to actually, like, you'd have to like fucking destroy them, basically, or at worst, like, just sanction them to the end of the earth until they just obey, right? Whereas if they do actually care what the world thinks about them, and they do actually don't want to look like the government that deprives people of fucking cookies and shaving foam, well, then you can look at the policies that they're doing, show the impact, bring it forward, and then like that would actually that seemed to produce the change. And this is why I think like it was quite cool that this company, this organization here was calling out the dark gray lists, and the fact that although there are measures in place that people can get secondary dual use items, that those measures were not well understood enough and were not in place to the point that they were needed for civilians to actually effectively use them. Hmm. Let's see. It fuck me. That's really good. There. In order to launch. Uh. At this point, just talk to Omar with Destiny. No, I want to do a thread. All right. Fuck me, I don't know where to go. I'm stuck. I'm just gonna sit for a minute. It's been 10 years. Gosh. Perhaps stuck because I don't have any strong point to make? No, I think the point I want to make is just that, like, we can't discuss any of these things. Like, it's just impossible to discuss these things. Oh, I know. From what? That's a pretty You all have been. That is. Okay. And so we have to debunk cookie claims. I'm capable of talking about several things in the same day, Nolan. Don't worry. All right. Hmm. Instead, we talk about cookies. And just. Oh, I'll just do this. My. Hmm. Okay, I think we're good. Just need to add in all the shit. The shit. Hmm? Oh, yeah. All right, let's go to the top. Is it shift enter to make a break? The recent cookie debate is a perfect example of how stupid this whole propaganda game is. Game can get. Both on the part of the omniliberal and Omar Badar, a thread on the Gaza blockade, how it changed over time, and why the fuck we're talking about cookies. For any measure Israel takes against Palestinians, pro-Israel people feel like it had to have been done for legitimate security reasons, whilst pro-Palestinians default to the opposite. Its only purpose was to inflict suffering. Let's look into what really happened. Israel imposed partial restrictions on Gaza after the disengagement in 2005. In 2007, after the Hamas takeover, they imposed an indefinite blockade on the Strip. On paper, the blockade measures barred weapons and dual-use items from entering. Let's just say entering. Well, I have a screenshot for that. Dual use. Whatever. It was immediately clear that a lot of the prohibited items had no discernible military use. Some denied items included books, clothes, toys, tea, coffee, milk, and most baking products. Over the next 3 years, some banned items, for example, pasta, toilet paper, toilet paper, were slowly allowed in. Let's go with that then. Let's go for, this is here. Oh no. Let's get some links. Those were formally banned? Nope. Oh, it's here. Get it from here. I don't think it's going to let me put links in, even though it should normally not count links in the word count. It is true that sugar, along with potassium nitrate, was used as propellant for Qasim rockets, but it's very unlikely that cookies were ever used for this purpose, although it's technically possible. Not least of all because raw sugar was seemingly never banned from Gaza. Okay. That's from here. Sugar. This is so fucking funny, man. It seems weird here. Now we're gonna keep going. Between 2007 and 2010, no list of banned items was ever made public, nor was any justification given for such seemingly arbitrary and punitive measures. In 2009, one Israeli official told Haaretz, "We don't want Gilad Shalit's captors to be munching bamba right over his head." Oh dear. Bamba. Where the fuck is bamba? Haaretz. God damn it. Let's go here. I'll screenshot this. Okay, bamba. In mid-2010, the flotilla incident threw Israel's blockade measures into the spotlight and forced them to change course. Within weeks, most of the banned consumer items, including cookies, started entering the strip. I'll put ban in quotation marks to arouse curiosity. To arouse curiosity. Alright. Flotilla incident and then the allowance. That's probably from the Tony Blair thing. Alright. Blair. Are you calling Destiny a propagandist? No, I don't think he's a propagandist. I just think what he did there was... I think that was a propaganda brain moment. I think the Israeli... Because the typical Israeli thing is the assumption that every measure has to have a good security reason for it. Can't be anything else. And I think that is a little bit, like, yeah. I mean, like, everyone does that. I've done that. Fuck. I've done that for both sides. My entire fucking life. All right. Depending on what mood I'm in. Depending on who I'm fighting with. Hmm. I even said, in this case, I might even do like a pick a side comment. Or team sports. I don't even fucking. Team sports seems kind of trivializing. Let's see. Well. Now, this that I need page 22 from. This whitelist. I wonder if he's going to retract the statement or do what Dan told him and screw the optics. See, why wouldn't it let me... Fuck. Why is it cucking me, bro? Why? It doesn't do this when I'm on my phone. Why? Does anyone know why that doesn't work? Is it because it's a user files thing, the PDF? See if it happens to other ones. If it does, then we have to just get fucked, I guess. You know what? I'm just gonna go premium. Fuck it. Tiny URL? Could do. For 8 characters. We'll see, we'll see. Because I actually need this one. Tiny URL. No, what's the URL shortener? Copy, because it might just be because it's got that whole fuck. It's not, still not enough. It's not even close. Why is it doing that? Why is it being a cunt? This will be in drafts. Okay, hang on. We're gonna do a premium upgrade. How do I do it? We're going blue check mark just for this one stupid little shift. Fuck's sake. Do I just have to start writing a stupidly long thread and it'll do it for me? Twitter premium. Subscribe today. Fuck me. $16.80 a month. Are you actually kidding me? Wait, no, wait. No ads, don't care. Small reply boost. Bookmark folders, highlights tab, longer posts. All I want is longer posts. $3.20 a month. Okay. What if they're not longer enough? Fuck. Let's go basic. Let's go basic. Because that gives you longer posts. And I'll just keep it as a thread. Fuck. Maybe I'll change the whole thing. I need the thread, though, for the pictures. Subscribe and pay. Let's go. God, there's already fucking porn there. I just saw some porn. Oh, no. I have to do a fucking QR? Jesus Christ. I need to send a text, apparently. Okay, finally. I think I need to move to the other room because of a fucking signal thing. I need the bathroom anyway. 1 minute. Fucking code verifier is not working. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why? Do I need to try again? Kill me! Oh well. Do it one more time. Ugh. Subscribe today. I'll just do the QR bullshit. Fuck. Why is the price different? What the fuck, man? Jesus. Verify your mom. And what the fuck? What? I'll try again. My QR scanner is actual dog shit. What's it doing? Why is it taking me to this shit? I don't even know. Did that do it? I guess I can just do it on my phone, actually. I can't believe all this for a fucking thread, man. Okay. Twitter Premium on phone. Let's go. Subscribe today. Maybe I've just got 3 Twitter Premiums now. Oh god, they make it much harder for you to actually choose the thing here. The price is different when I try on my phone. That's interesting. I don't want annual. I want monthly, dick. Uh-huh. Oh. Validate? Oh. What now? Oh, 15 seconds. Let's go! Ceasefire. Has it happened? Have they actually done it? God, we should catch up. We should get caught up with the actual news rather than this bullshit. Failed. Oh my god. They just don't, these cunts just don't want my money, do they? Why don't they want my money? Huh? Okay. I wonder if it's because I've got a different password. Oh. I think I know. I got more signal here. Fuck's sake, man. Why is it 1 in the morning? What the fuck? Verification failed. Oh my, why? Why? Why is it happening on 2 different twats? What? I wonder if it's because my password is actually not right. I'm stuck, guys. I'm stuck. I will try one more time and then I'll just do it in a different... I have to go in a different room to do it, I think. It might be a connection issue or a signal issue. Be right back, guys. Well. Twitter.cunt doesn't really seem to want my it doesn't want my moolah, unfortunately. Oh dear. Pretty cringe. Pretty embarrassing. It's like they keep giving me this code that I text them, and then they're like, oh no, sorry, couldn't verify. I'm like, what? Alright, why? Why? That makes sense. Try one more time from here. Don't know. Yeah, because they give you a code, you text it to them, and then they're just like, didn't work, even though it's like a copy paste. Very strange. People were making fun of Destiny drawing circles when he was stressed. That's pretty mean. I mean, I could do drafts and then I could screenshot the thing, maybe. Huh. Mr. Circarelli, with your little piece of paper. True. Facts. Okay. Let's do donos. Listen, guys. Which you guys have been really generous, by the way, even though I've just been fucking probably the most boring stream I've ever done in my fucking life, but okay. Somehow, you guys. P Nasty, thanks for the $5. To clarify, it sounds like when you say nor was any justification given, are you talking about blockade as a whole or the list? Oh, the list, sorry. Pope John Balls, thanks for the 6 Canadian 99. What's your general view on Islam regarding global conflicts? I don't think it matters. Like, it's fucking, a lot of these Arab countries were exactly the same when they were led by secular nationalists. It's like, it's a lot more complicated than just Islam or fucking culture or definitely like ethnicity. It's just stupid, yeah. Thomas Evans, thanks for $2. Can we refer to Netanyahu as the Cookie Monster now? Maybe. He wasn't, yeah, he was there. Pope John Balls, thanks for the 2 Canadian 79. That's not nice, lol. Please read my previous dono. I did, thanks. Bonk, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Is this the most effort you put into a tweet? I suppose so, because we read a lot before doing it, right? Yeah. If I'm going to do this, I could just put the link of the actual thing, right? No, I can't. I can just put the picture. Could I? Like the list? The white list? Actually. Small URL. We could do it like this. This might work. Gives us 4. Oh, wait. Hey, we got it. Thank God. Previously, Gisha had collaborated with Gazan traders and orgs to deduce which items were allowed and which were prohibited. Interestingly, cookies aren't mentioned, but there is a caveat on biscuits and chocolate.
$10 to buy a bunch of cookies with.
Thank you so much for the $10, Matthew. That's really kind of you. God. Yeah, I guess so. If the Gazans were getting them. Fuck, I'm sorry, that's mean. But it turns out they probably were. Oh, alright, fuck. Okay. Now, biscuits and chocolate. Where's this one? This. The deduction list. Hmm. Oh, I can't do an ellipses there. The cookie dough thickens. Why, loner box? Why are you like this? It's this one. Hmm. Hmm. Where was I learning about these guys? Fuck. It's here. Is it here? Are they mentioned a different paper? Hmm. Oh, God. Alright. I'll say, not in shorts, because it's not really short. Okay. That? Oh, yeah. Hmm. Yigal. Whoa, a little freeze there. Okay. No, it's not Yigal alone. He's old. Not him. What else is interesting from this paper? And there's the other thing that he says about... There's one more thing here. Diplomatic. Okay. In 2013, Gisha obtained a new full list of restricted items from the Ministry of Defense, and anything not mentioned is free to be imported. Where? Don't need to have that page number. The updated list has a couple of contentious items, but none as trivial as anything from 2007 to 2010. Cookiegate was over. Where's the thing? Gisha 2013. Restricted import list. Short link. Five. Oh shit. All right. Which screenshot from this should I use? Just the whole page? Yeah, why not? If they want to read the whole page, they can find them, yeah. Let's see. And probably this as well. The caveat about dual use. Hmm. The thing about the fucking wood, we'll do that. No, I haven't done your super chat yet, Trans Rights Crab. No way, we're still tweeting. I love it when you guys say that, okay? I feel like this effort post is just a waste. No one's gonna fucking read this. You know what? I had fun doing it, okay? Because now this is everything you cunts need to know about the cookies, okay? And the blockade and propaganda, okay? It's all there. It's all there. I think it's a good learning experience. What's this whole thing about fucking... This is a good paragraph here, I think. Let's use that. Your admirable lengthy tweet is wasted. True. Oh yeah, this is another thing. What's this thing here about? Actually, I'll probably try to get that link because that's a good source. It's a really good source. Small URL. Copy. Give me that. Can I do this? it seems. Hmm. Um. I think that's it. We good? Oh, hang on, I need to say. Yes. Yes. Apologies. I don't have premium. Couldn't put every link. You want my sources? My DMs are open. Okay. This is quite heroic ending music. Okay, that's the longest Twitter thread we've ever done. Well done, guys. It was fun. Let's read it from the top and then we're done. Okay, the reason Gaza, shall I call it the cookie files? I don't even know. Sounds crazy. The cookie files. Account gets banned. Alright, the recent Gaza and cookie debate is a perfect example of how stupid this propaganda game can get. In this case, both on the part of Omni Liberal and Omar Badar. A thread on the Gaza blockade and how it changed over time and why the fuck we're talking about cookies. For any measure Israel takes against Palestinians, pro-Israel people feel like it had to be... Reflexively? Ah! Will they say? Pro-Palestinians default to the opposite. Its only purpose was to inflict suffering. The only purpose. Let's look into what really happened. Israel had imposed partial restrictions on Gaza after their disengagement in 2005. In 2007, after the Hamas takeover, they imposed... okay, I will say then. After the Hamas takeover, they imposed an indefinite blockade on the Strip. On paper, the blockade measures barred weapons and dual-use items from entering. However... tended to It was immediately clear that a lot of the prohibited items had no discernible military use. Some denied items included books, clothes, toys, tea, coffee, milk, and most baking products. Over the next 3 years, some banned items, for example, pasta and toilet paper, were slowly allowed in. Say items. It's true that sugar, along with potassium nitrate, was used as propellant for Qassam rockets, but it is very unlikely that cookies were ever used for this purpose, although it is technically possible, not least of all because raw sugar was seemingly never banned from Gaza. Between 2007 and 2010, no list of banned items was ever made public, nor was any justification ever given for such seemingly arbitrary and punitive measures. In 2009, one Israeli official told Haaretz, "We don't want Gilad Shalit's captors to be munching bamba right over his head." In the mid-2010, the flotilla incident threw Israel's blockade measures into the spotlight and forced them to change course. Within weeks, most of the banned consumer items, including cookies, started entering the strip. So, why were cookies banned in the first place? Well, in late 2010, Gisha, Israel Human Rights Org, managed to provide some insight. It turned out the Ministry of Defense had issued a white list of accepted goods. Almost anything that wasn't on this list was denied, although there was never a formal. Previously, Gish had collaborated with Gazan traders and orgs to deduce which items were allowed and which were prohibited. Interestingly, cookies aren't mentioned, but there is a caveat on biscuits and chocolate which were only partially blocked, i.e. never fully banned. The cookie dough thickens. There is at least one company, Sarayo Al-Wadia, which produces cookies and has been operating in Gaza since 1985. The blockade did seriously hurt them by denying them the right to export, but they don't seem to have stopped operating from 2007 to 2010. In other words, I have seen no evidence that Gazans were forced to go without cookies for 3 years. It seems like some imports were denied whilst internal production continued. But that doesn't explain the arbitrary measures. Well, in my opinion, For that, it seems there are two answers. One, provided by a spokesman from the Israeli Foreign Ministry, argued that the issue wasn't the products, but rather the suppliers. Their whitelist included trade partners that they trusted and excluded ones they didn't, hence the randomness. They were never scared of cookies. Okay. Though this makes sense, I don't think it rules out the punitive aspect. As mentioned above, it's undeniable that some Israeli officials either wanted Gazans to suffer or just didn't care. Given how easily they were able to lift the restrictions in the face of international pressure, they clearly could have done something sooner, but didn't. It may not have been their explicit aim to punish the population, but the measures absolutely had that effect, and no one seemed to mind until they were forced to. In 2013, Gisha obtained a full list of restricted items from the Ministry of Defense. Anything not mentioned was free to be imported. This updated list had a couple of contentious items, but none as trivial as anything from 2007 to 2010. Cookiegate was over. I'll say a few. This all leads me to wonder, why is Omar talking about a cookie ban which, if it was ever even fully in place, hasn't existed for nearly 15 years, as if this is the quintessential blockaded item in Gaza? Is it because this is his way of avoiding any conversation about the weapons? Why not look at the 2013 measures? There's an interesting story in there about Koga announcing that Gazan furniture companies could export to Israel at exactly the same time those companies were collapsing because of a shortage of dual-use materials. There's a strong case that a lot of dual-use items, which are also important for civilian use, were kept behind unnecessary bureaucratic walls, and that Israel hadn't shown the effort to balance their security needs with the humanitarian needs of Gaza. Unfortunately, that conversation doesn't happen because for people like Omar or Ryan Grimm, the only good Israeli is an evil Israeli. Regardless of how scant the evidence, an image of cartoon villains deliberately seizing treats out of children's mouths is too good not to sell. Destiny did look silly, responding to a claim about cookies by talking about sugar and rockets. It seems he started with the assumption that there had to be a security justification for any blockaded item and just dug in from there, eventually admitting the blockade was too harsh. Omar seems to have started with the assumption that every Israeli action is driven by a sinister intent to hurt Palestinians for no reason. That's why the only blockade measure he's interested in is a highly editorialized version of one that hasn't existed for over a decade. I guess a 14-year-old cookie story is more relevant than the fact that Hamas were importing and repurposing whatever they could in order to launch attacks which do absolutely nothing to help the population apart from a few more scared and dead Israelis. Okay, some parts of the blockade might well have been punitive, others were definitely not. Fact is, any country on earth with no circumstances would do something similar, and if that part can't be acknowledged, the conversation goes nowhere. Instead, we talk about cookies. P.S. Apologies, premium. Okay. That all good? I think that's good. Well done, guys. Well done. Fuck's sake. It's nearly a 7-hour stream, bro. I'm such a moron. Add the sources. Nah, don't care. Fuck it. All right. The TLDR version. All right. Cool, guys. Posting. Jesus Christ. Seems like it's taking a long time to post. There we go. What a fucking boomer. What a stupid conversation. What an absolute waste of heckin' time. Let's talk about ceasefire. Looks like Israel might be beating the naughty ones here. More so than Hamas, potentially. Let's see. You assign a lot of meaning to those words. I did. Yes. Where's the most recent article about the ceasefire? It's funny that the wait, where is it? DGG collectively falling on the sword of Hamas being able to unfry an egg is a Are we now in a position where people are saying it's impossible to get sugar from a cookie? Why do... Fuck me. Apparently this debate happened yesterday as well, because you got Destiny saying, yeah, you can, of course you can take sugar from a fucking cookie and extract it. And then people like him were like, no, you can't. It's impossible. Haha. Are we seriously? People will just they'll make up anything. People will just say anything. Fuck. I love having to block fucking pussy and bio accounts. Which article is the most recent one about? Hello, Speedy Taco. How's it going? Hello, hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Shit.
Shit.
Okay. All right. Well, give me a second. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah? What can I do for you?
Yeah. Well, I'm just letting you know you got to go to sleep, dude. It's really late.
Okay. Thanks.
Well, that's it. Have a
Okay.
good stream.
All right. Bye. I'll think about it. Interesting. Eitan, thanks for the $4.99. For your efforts, not much, but hopefully I'll fund a cookie for your extract, for you to extract sugars from. Listen, where's the fucking article? Ceasefire, Israel, Gaza, ceasefire. I can see from 5 hours ago. Most recent one, oh. Oh shit, Times of Israel actually have the most damning headline that I can see here, and the most recent. Hamas indicates it may agree to a deal. Israeli officials insist truce won't end war. Damn. That is an interesting headline. But official says terror group won't back agreement that does not end the war. After media report movement, thanks to US assurances, third phase of truce will draw conflict to close. What? Okay. Negotiations for a potential hostage deal and truce in Gaza appeared to reach a critical moment Saturday, with Hamas set to offer its response to the latest proposal and Israel indicating an offensive in the city of Rafah could be imminent if no agreement is reached. With Arab and American mediators pressing intensely for a temporary ceasefire, several reports Saturday said Hamas was prepared to accept the latest proposal in light of assurances from the United States that there will be a sustainable cessation of the war. Interesting. It was not clear whether such a response would be a straightforward approval of the proposal on offer or one that comes with various caveats. Why is anyone talking about fucking ceasefire shit before anyone said yes or no? You understand that every single time this happens, that's like, Hamas are like, maybe we'll say yes. Israel are like, oh, maybe we'll say yes, but also we kind of really want to keep the war going. And then Hamas are like, we'll never give up unless Israel goes all the way back to Gaza and leaves us alone and lets us back in government. And it's like, and it just goes back, like, and then Blinken's like, I'm really sure this ceasefire deal is going to work. This ceasefire deal is going to be much better than all the last fucking 10 that failed, and nothing happens. Why is this a story? Is this just journalists like keeping the fucking people interested? I don't even know. Okay, but a senior Hamas official denied late Saturday that there had been developments in the talks and insisted that the terror group would not agree under any circumstances to a truce that did not explicitly include a complete end to the war, including Israel's withdrawal from Gaza, conditions that Jerusalem has refused to meet. The official who spoke on condition of anonymity said talks would resume Sunday after a Hamas delegation spent Saturday in Cairo meeting with Egyptian mediators, with CIA Director William Burns also in the Egyptian capital. The truce deal coming together is believed to be composed of several potential phases, with the first phase seeing a limited release of humanitarian hostages for a truce of several weeks, while further phases featuring further releases and a more solid ceasefire are possible. Citing unidentified sources, the Palestinian Al-Quds newspaper said American mediators had promised that Israel would completely withdraw from Gaza under the third and final phase, and the war would effectively end. The Quds newspaper said American mediators had promised that Israel would completely withdraw. Oh. An unnamed Hamas source gave a similar statement to Israel's Channel 12 News. What? You think they've chosen a good enough fucking picture of Sinwar, a good representative photograph of this dude? He looks terrifying, bro. You can never trust a man whose eyebrows and hair on his head are a different color. It's like Alistair Darling. He used to have really black eyebrows but white hair. The Labour guy. Hamas, Al-Quds reported, was for the first time poised to agree to launch the first phase without a guarantee of the war's end, based on those assurances and its belief that it still holds significant cards in the form of hostages who will not be released under the first phase. Saudi newspaper Asharq also reported that an agreement was close and echoed that Hamas would announce its response to the proposal in the coming hours. In response to the reports, an Israeli official speaking anonymously to the media repeated Jerusalem's insistence that Israel will under no circumstances agree to end the war as part of an agreement to free her abductees. The official added the IDF will enter Rafah and destroy the remaining Hamas battalions there, whether there is a temporary pause to free our captives or not. Gosh. The same official put out a second statement later to the same effect, saying, any claims Israel had agreed to end the war are untrue. A number of media outlets named the official who put out the two statements as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Hey, look at him. I guess he looks fucking like ratchet, doesn't he? He looks wretched. He looks like he hasn't slept in 6 months. He probably hasn't. Signaling discord within Israeli leadership, War Cabinet Minister Benny Gantz criticized those comments. I advised the official sources and all other decision makers to wait for official updates, to act with restraint, and not to become hysterical due to political reasons, he said in a statement, apparently referencing far-right pressure on Netanyahu not to agree to a deal that could be perceived as a win for Hamas. And this is like, he needs them to keep his government in, bro. I would just love to know. I would love to know, like, if Israeli decision making right now, like how different it would be if people like Ben Gvir and Smotrich weren't in the government. Because even Netanyahu is not as mental as they are. I think if you believe Israel's intentions are not pure, this is not surprising and expected. Of course, I don't think Israel's intentions are pure. What the fuck does that mean? Pure. I think they want to look out for their own interests. Yeah. The only thing is part of looking out for their own interests is, to some degree, albeit maybe limited, is behaving themselves so that the rest of the world doesn't abandon them. That is part of their self-interest. Like, yeah. That's why I don't think they're like Nazi Germany, as some people would have you say. Okay. Gantz added that when Hamas does submit a response, the War Cabinet will convene to deliberate it. Okay. So we're not going to hear anything tonight, are we? Speaking to AFP late Saturday, a senior Hamas official also denied that there had been progress, saying talks had ended for the day after no developments. The official condemned Israeli efforts to secure a hostage release deal without linking it to ending the aggression on Gaza. He accused Netanyahu of personally hindering efforts to reach a to reach a truce due to personal interests. The Palestinian, Saudi, and Channel 12 reports all said that the US had guaranteed Israel will withdraw all troops from Gaza upon completion of the third phase of the agreement. None of the reports included comments from US officials. The Wall Street Journal reported Friday that Israel had given Hamas 1 week to agree to the hostage deal on the table, or it would launch its long-pledged offensive in Gaza's southernmost city. The latest proposal for the hostage deal reportedly includes a first phase lasting up to 40 days, in which at least 33 of the 128 hostages held in Gaza would be released, along with an IDF withdrawal from parts of the Strip. The first phase would allow for the return of Palestinians to northern Gaza and release of hundreds of Palestinian security prisoners in exchange for hostages. The potential second phase would last for 42 days and see the release of all other living hostages and the sides completing arrangements for sustainable calm in Gaza. The third and final phase, which would see an exchange of bodies, would also last 42 days. Oh, they actually have timelines down here, eh? The Hamas source quoted by Channel 12 said compromises were reached regarding the number of Palestinian security prisoners to be released in exchange for each Israeli hostage. Oh. The issue of allowing the import of dual-use items into the Strip, we just spoke about that, supplies that Israel fears could also be used for military purposes, was still being ironed out, the Hamas source said. Oh. The fuck is this? Okay. Despite Israeli official comments, some Egyptian and Palestinian officials sounded cautious optimism. The results today will be different. We have reached an agreement over many points, and a few points remain. One Egyptian security source told Reuters. Okay. It's all very, cautious optimism. That's a good way to put it. Nothing's been agreed to yet. Yep, nothing's been agreed to it. Yeah. Okay, an unnamed Palestinian official with knowledge of the mediation efforts said that things look better this time, but whether an arrangement is on hand would depend on whether Israel has offered what it takes for that to happen. Egyptian media on Saturday reported noticeable progress in talks to secure a deal. A consensus had been reached over many of the disputed points, the Egyptian Al Qahira news reported without elaborating. Talks have continued for months without a decisive breakthrough. Israel said it is determined to eliminate Hamas, while Hamas says it wants a permanent ceasefire and a full Israeli withdrawal from the Strip. Biden administration said Hamas is the only party standing in the way of a deal. Okay. The unnamed official is Yasser Arafat. Okay, dude. Good one. Good one. You should go professional. Okay. On Friday, the Axios news site quoted senior Israeli officials who said they saw early indications that Hamas could agree to the first stage of the Egyptian-crafted Israeli-backed proposal for a deal, involving the release of women, children, the elderly, and the sick, even without an Israeli commitment to end the war, but with fewer hostages to be freed in exchange for more Palestinian security prisoners. If so, the Israeli officials expect Hamas to set stricter requirements that could lower the number of hostages it will agree to release on so-called humanitarian grounds, and increase the number of Palestinian security prisoners to be freed in return, the news site said. Israel is seeking the release of 33 female, elderly, and sick hostages during the 6-week first stage of the truce, but Hamas may only agree to release 20 hostages in those categories, according to the report. Okay. Netanyahu's threatening to enter Rafah for months, claiming repeatedly during that period that an invasion was imminent. Imminent, you say? Well, Cookie Files tweet's doing fine, I think. Doing all right. People will lose it if the ceasefire doesn't happen after giving it so much hope. Yeah, but why are people giving it so much hope? It doesn't seem that different. Like, this happens, you realize this happens all the time. If you follow the news, every now and then, people are like, we're close to reaching a deal, we're close to reaching a deal. Like, remember how quickly they came to the first one and then how much of a gap there was between the first one and whatever next one hasn't happened yet? Gosh, it's chaos. It's outrageous, chat. It's crazy. It's basically because I think they want to continue the war. I think they both have an interest in keeping the war going. Definitely Israel. I think Hamas as well. There, by the way, there's the fucking smacker. I want the war to stop, to be honest. Do you? Funny that. Me too. How does Hamas benefit from the war continuing? Actually, they don't, do they? They actually don't. Because the only way the... It will be a ceasefire. Okay. Wow. I don't know. What are we even fucking doing, guys? There are things we can do, are
Do
there?
you ever think you'll get into a more antagonistic debate with Destiny over Israel-Palestine? I feel like hearing you go hard for Palestine would be great balance for the lack of opposition defaces.
Thanks for the $10, Cave Dweller. I mean, I feel like if we would have had one, it would have been earlier on, because earlier on, he was taking a few positions that I thought were very wrong. But he seems to not have them anymore. That's all like minutia, though. It's stuff like he used to be convinced by the idea that Arafat started the Second Intifada. I thought he hadn't. Turns out he seems to agree with that. He used to be a bit more firm on the idea that the Arabs had a genocidal war plan in 48 because of those quotes. I disagree with that. He's not really there anymore. The 6-Day War, I think he was more convinced that the Arabs really wanted a war back then. I suggested otherwise, and now he seems to be there. And it's like, yeah. The Netanyahu and the settlements, I think it was someone else who corrected him on that, but I was never really convinced by that anyway. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it needs to be antagonistic, though. I feel like if I disagree with him in a calm way, it's fine. Like, and I didn't change his mind on all of those things. Maybe one or two. I don't fucking know. Did we learn about the cookies? Or are all the DGGers in here because he went off stream? Or did he go off stream or what? Where do I read about Arafat not starting the Second Intifada? you look at the evidence that people present for it and just realize it's not that good. It's just not great. Like what was the fucking any of the Jeremy Pressman essays on the Second Intifada? I think there's one called the Second Intifada that's good. But the whole argument is that Arafat was not the one arming up and preparing for confrontation. He was actually getting given a lot of shit from the youth movement of Fatah and people like the Tanzim and people like Barghouti, who were saying that we need to have like confrontations alongside negotiation. They were dissatisfied with Arafat for disarming people and for jailing Hamas people or for being too conciliatory. So it just doesn't make sense that he was the one behind that when they were literally criticizing him and attacking him for not doing enough militarily. And just the evidence for the idea that he planned it all along and started, it's just not
I've
there.
never spelled this out, but I think you're the most useful lefty in Destiny's orbit. He's pulling rightoids into liberalism, and you're pulling him from stupid liberalism into slightly less stupid.
Stupid. I don't know if that's the case, but thanks. I appreciate the $10. But yeah, oh god, even Kevin Logan's been memeing on it, the cookie rockets. Oh god. You could have also tagged Ryan Grimm. I don't give a fuck about Ryan Grimm. Loser. He's boring. He's not really the center of the conversation, I suppose. If you're fighting on two fronts, okay, you've got to keep things chill. Don't want to go too hard. Would you call yourself a liberal? Liberals, it's so fucking broad. Like I don't dislike liberal values and shit like that. Like social democrats probably a more apt thing. Maybe democratic socialist, I suppose, if anyone if more convincing cases come forward. Like my instincts are still pretty left. I don't yeah. Liberal just like I don't know, liberal just makes me think of like liberal Democrats, like these UK shitty fucking centrists who talk the left-wing talk or like gave these very nebulous promises in 2010 only to join a coalition with the Conservatives and do everything they wanted them to, right? Like liberal in the UK and Europe means a different thing, I think, for liberal in America. Liberal in America has a lot of scope. But liberal in America usually means quite far left, whereas liberal in the UK means like center, like actual center. And socialist can mean anything from social democrat to socialist revolutionary, right? I feel like, yeah. I'm pretty sure Labour are still on paper the socialist party of the UK. I'm pretty sure, are they not? Don't they still do the thing where people are like, are you a socialist? When people are running for leader and they say, yeah, I'm a socialist. Don't they do that? Maybe they don't do it anymore. Tony Blair did it. Tony Blair called himself a socialist when he was running for leader in like 94 or some bollocks, yeah. Did you vote? Yeah, I always vote. Voted my knob off. You think you've seen cringe? Wait till you see the Lib Dem campaign launch. Oh God, every time. Keir Starmer called himself a democratic socialist. Yeah, but he's not, right? He's like he's like about as right wing as a soak dem can get, right? He's a right wing social democrat. Or he's like that even makes sense. A right leaning social democrat, yeah. He's on the right end of social democrat, which is the wrong end. I don't know, fucking know. God, whatever. Ugh. Are Lib Dems really that liberal? Yeah, of course they're. They're like neoliberals. Oh God, I just introduced a new term. Fuck. Fuck. Go sleepy beefs, bro. No, I'm just sorry. This is the first moment of the stream where I'm just chatting. Like I'm not obsessing over. I'm not obsessing over stupid fucking cookie memes and blockades and shit. God. A thread. It's the first time I've ever done that. Does Learnerbox have Tourette's? I saw that on Reddit. I don't have Tourette's. I have autism, and people who are autistic will sometimes stim, and tics are a kind of stim. Learnerbox finally releases the cookie files. Major J-Dam? Oh my god. Who's this guy? The Danish Air Force. Jan Dam. Holy fuck. Would it be Jan? You should just keep tweets short and call both sides dumb as per petition. I mean, I'm sorry, okay? Both sides are kind of dumb. I'll do it. What is this? Insane. Watch out. Well, I am insane. Watch out. Okay. Anything in stream chat? Okay. That's a poor edit. Okay. Not bad, guys. Not bad. Not bad. Good Reddit memes. Spider was in the VC, but he left. Insane clip. Oh, shit. What's this? Okay, yeah, Vosh talking about Biden. Oh, yeah, let's see. Why not?
Delivers remarks on college campus protest.
We are not an authoritarian nation where we...
President Biden delivers remarks on college campus protest.
We are not an authoritarian nation where we silence people or squash dissent. The American people are heard.
So right off the bat, like every part of this is a lie. Dissent is being squashed. The student protests were peaceful, and the American people are not being heard.
We're a civil society.
Yeah. It's just the fucking funniest video I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm gonna do. They're not even. They need to get in formation. Why are they not in formation?
An order must prevail. Throughout our history, we've often...
Okay, you know how the most annoying people on Twitter like to say that liberalism is the moderate wing of fascism? This is what they mean, and they're correct.
Threatening people, intimidating people, instilling fear in people is not peaceful protest.
So this is like unironically fascistic rhetoric. It's no different to what the right did with BLM.
Dissent is essential to democracy, but dissent must never lead to disorder or...
Fascism. Sorry, right here, clear as day. We are fully doing the scratch a liberal thing right now. You got to give the most annoying people on Twitter credit, okay? As stupid and counterproductive as the ML communist hammer and sickle biotype people tend to be, liberalism is the moderate wing of fascism. I don't know. Those guys are really nailing it right now. Really feeling that one, I have to say. Oh, and remember, Biden is responsible for every police crackdown that you see. Biden is the president of the United States, the head of state, and he is fully enabling the right-wing line on this. There is no difference between what he is saying and what Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying, or what Lauren Boebert is saying, or what Mike Johnson is saying. They are saying the exact same things. They are all enabling it, okay? Whether or not he's directly in control of them doesn't change the fact that he is the one who trend sets, and he is setting this trend.
You know what? I will give it to him. I will give it to Vosh, okay? I have a lot of respect for people who do this. When I've told you that when I've spoken to Vosh in the past, I feel like he's very capable of moderating himself. He's actually, like, he sounds like a convincing center-left social democrat, whatever, like, Biden stand when he wants to. And on some positions, he actually is that. Like, he just is. The thing is that, especially after the unfortunate event, he I feel like the liberals, like, you know, people like me, maybe Destiny or whatever, probably ran more cover for him than, or like tried to understand his position, or tried to like went in the trenches for him like more than anyone else. That like, as in like they actually have there's a chance that the liberals, which I guess I'll group myself in, why not, would have like eventually kept up connected with him and like done stuff with him, either on stream or made content or supported whatever. Like the far left people who believe all this stuff will never do that for him. They will never do anything. They will never take Vosh back. Like, so he is just saying this because he believes it. Like he's not making a tactical decision by saying stuff like that. Like that's his belief, you know? He's not saying this kind of stuff to make Hassan happy or to make fucking tankies happy, or like they are never like touching him with a fucking 100-foot pole, right? But he's As for the claim, I've been reading the Third Reich at War. I'm like 50 pages into it or something. I think I'm maybe on the next stream, I'm going to grab a few bits from it just to read to you guys about the Nazi invasion of Poland and what they did there. Because I think when people like to compare things to fascism or by extension Nazism, I'm like, I think there's actually, because maybe people are so used to it that people are actually a little bit desensitized or just haven't been refreshed on how fucking mental the Nazis were, like, like fascists in general. Like, if you're reading about the Nazi invasion of Poland, like the shit that they were doing in that country was fucking insane. Like if you look at it compared to any war that's happening today, even I will say to Russia, even compared to Russia, it's got a bit in common with Russia, but like barely. They go in, they do their like lightning fucking tactics where the Poles are completely unprepared. They don't have enough of an army. It doesn't help that they spend until the last minute waiting to deploy their army because they don't want to look like they're preparing for something aggressive. And the Nazis fucking steamroll in. Hitler is giving all these speeches about how Polish people are fucking subhuman scum. And there are people giving out fucking like orders to clear out for the Lebensraum in certain areas, and within like months they're deporting like hundreds of thousands of people. And the people who aren't getting deported, there are just like these units that are going in and like gathering people up at train stations and just fucking shooting them all, like loading them into a train and then gunning them all down. Sometimes like within months, like 60,000 people had died after surrendering, just dropping like fucking flies. Or the people who lived, like if they were deporting them, they would shove them on to a freezing cold fucking unheated train and just send them off. And then they arrive in the next station where they were destined for, and whoever's at that station just has to drag a bunch of frozen bodies out and bury them. Like, it's the invasion, like the fascists and Nazis are fucking outrageous. It's like, it's so, if one of them appeared in this world right now, like with that power that Germany has, people would fucking like, God, I don't know. Like they were brutal. Like compare with Stalin, with Putin and Russia. You know, Putin took like a bunch of kids and took them to Russia, basically orphans. Like the Nazis, when they were in Poland, they went in there and they would fucking like, they deliberately dismantled like every fucking orphanage and murdered the people who were like taking care of the kids often. And then like obviously all the religious institutions, and they gathered like kill lists of tens of thousands of people who were either like doctors or intellectuals or artists, so that they couldn't like revive any like cultural resistance. And then they just take all these orphaned kids, often kids who are just orphaned in the operations, and then they drag them into fucking Germany and like fucking beat the shit out of them if they speak any Polish, and like force them to learn German and shit like that. Yeah, it's just the amount that they did is just, it's mental. It's just so horrifying. And I'm reading all this and I'm like, bro, this is what people compare like fucking Israel to? Biden to? I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. That's how fascism ends, but not how it starts. It's a little more sneaky. No. Nah. The Nazis, they were elected. They didn't promise to invade Poland. The Nazis were speaking about fucking Lebensraum in the 1920s, okay? They were anti-democracy in the 20s. They were thuggish fucking brutes beating the fucking cunt out of anyone who disagreed with them in the early 20s. It's not like they just crept up. It's not like they were like, listen, guys, I love democracy. They did not do that, okay? They did not do that. They toned down their anti-Semitism at various stages, like 28 to 33, but Mein Kampf was out. Hitler was already publicly on the record saying that World War I would have been worth the defeat if more Jews had died. Like, shit. Anyway. Kiwi Burb, thanks for the $2. These research streams are the best. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate that. Bucha happened, though. Again, I'm sorry. Like, Bucha was horrific, okay? And in fucking Poland, the Nazis did a Bucha like fucking every 12 hours with over a period of months. Anyway. Is everyone coming in VC or what? Do you have a Substack? Nope. Yeah, maybe I'll tell you guys about some of that next time. I'll read some of the passages. What book did you say you were reading? The Third Reich at War. It's the third of the series about the Third Reich. Did someone do a thread reader app? Did someone do this? Of course. Okay. Wow. Well done, folks. Well done. Huge. Box out. General Plan Ost. Oh god, yeah. When they're expecting certain fucking percentages of each Baltic state to lose their Slavic population. Is it like 80% in Latvia or something? I always get those numbers wrong, but it's something like that. Unbinged. Yeah, we need to do World War II history. We need to learn about because obviously they wanted to keep some Slavs alive to enslave them. Oh yeah, that was the thing as well. They get into Poland and they drag a bunch of fucking men, able-bodied men, into fucking forced labor in the tens of thousands. Maybe hundreds of that. I don't fucking lots of them, yeah. Pre-World War II history. Oh, okay, sorry. Oh, what a state. And they had the biggest gun ever. The big German guns. When are we doing Bosnian War? Bosnian War was pretty mental. Things like Mein Kampf, how many Northern people were reading that? His support didn't primarily come from anti-Semites. It came from anti-Democrats. It came from people who opposed Weimar democracy or were scared of communism, or wanted the days of the monarchy back. Yeah, or wanted to restore national pride because of Versailles. Well, yeah, that's like the main reasons. That's why the anti-Semitism wasn't really the forefront of their messaging for when they started gaining popularity. But he did always very much hate Jews, Hitler. That's true. Facts. You can clip me saying that. I'll stand by it. But it really makes me... What the fuck is this?
Now, when it's about Israel, Republican governors have decided actually we can't have this lawlessness on college campuses. This is not acceptable. It's like, please spare me a break. You guys didn't give a crap about law and order, about protecting students when, you know, Charlie Kirk comes to campus and is chased by Antifa. You don't care about that. You haven't cared for years when we've seen white students banned from certain functions, certain graduation ceremonies, yes, certain buildings. You've said nothing. It's just disgusting. I am so disgusted with the Zionist right faction right now. I mean, you are un-American if you support something like this. I don't care. I don't care. Good take from Sagar and Jetty. Imagine if Indian Americans, the richest in the
I've noticed that some of the people have gone, that there's a surprising cast of right-wingers who hate Zionists, like fucking Lauren Chen. Who's the other one? Candace Owens was obviously there. I don't know, man. I'm fucking...
Whatever comes out of these gates, we've got a better chance of survival if we work together. You understand?
I know what's
we
happening.
Stay together, we survive.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder which film was in the kid's mind when he did it. Or which video game. Or which anime. I don't know. Oh dear. Bro, I'm actually... You know, a part of me is actually kind of scared about the prospect of Israel going into Rafah. You know that, like, they said it was coming in March. It's like, if they're delaying it that long, it's like, even they know how horrific that's going to be, you know, like, because there are so many people there. That city was built for, like, that city is supposed to have, what, like, 300,000 people in it, maybe less? 150,000. And there are a million people in there. 1.5 million. They're not going to get to go into Egypt. Some of them will get to go back to Khan Yunis, or some of them might get to trek back north, where it's also hell. Most of them are going to stay. It would be in the top 8 of US cities and is currently denser than downtown New York City. It's denser than downtown. You ever been to fucking downtown New York City? Yeah, and it's like I know it's gonna happen. Like no one's gonna agree to a ceasefire. Israel doesn't want it. Hamas only wants it on terms that Israel will never accept. It's gonna happen. Like I don't know. Like every now and then I get a bit desensitized just because of how fucking mental everyone's is on the internet, and it's like to hell with it, but fuck. US needs to force their hand at this point, but in what way? In what direction? What are they gonna do? Force Israel to do what? Like to secure the area, to just rebuild all these places and just leave this place to eventually until the people living there get fed up with Hamas and coup them? I don't know. Check the satellite for open spaces on the coast. Mate, there's some fucking beaches. What do you want me to talk? There's a crowded beach, Al Mawasi, which a bunch of people are already at. Al Mawasi is already full of people because this is the humanitarian zone. So that's done. Like they can't just they're just gonna line up on the beach. The fuck? Make Rafah a red line for weapons. I mean, I think that was suggested that there might be a change in policy, but a turn to Jesus moment. What, for the Muslims and the Jews? They need a turn to Jesus moment. Good one. If they were all Christian, this wouldn't be happening, apparently. Okay. Yeah. Well, well. Are you going to do a China-Taiwan arc? Yeah, why not? Probably not. Not for a while. Don't trust Netanyahu, though. Yeah, no. Fuck him. Bad guy. Do you think it's a genocide? Nope. But I am of the persuasion that things don't have to be a genocide in order to be pretty fucking bad. I haven't even heard about this whole diss track drama. Okay. All right, guys. The Hassan Asmongold debate was 2.5 hours long. Maybe I should have watched that. Drake is being flooded with Kendrick diss tracks. Okay. 1 to 4 casual. I'm not making a moral judgment about Israel's intent or whatever in the fucking targeting system. I'm just thinking like it's a lot of human beings. It's a lot of young human beings. Asmongold was good, very civil. Okay. He didn't. Oh, sorry. Wait. Are we good? Do I have anything else to do? I'm wondering. I'm wondering if I should DM Steven to be like, I called you out on Twitter, or just let him see it because he's tagged. I don't know what the gentleman rules are. Where am I comment at? Some comments get deleted. It's fine. It's fine. Brr. You should stay so you can shit talk Destiny to call him short. Oh, yeah. He's not actually that short. I expected smaller. Hmm. Don't think he's gonna mind. No, I don't think he'll mind. It's not that. I just don't know what the etiquette is. How did this become discourse, bro? How? How the fuck? Palestinian rockets indeed used sugar as a propellant. What else is
The
happening?
numbers don't support the idea.
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome to episode 7 of Bridges. Today I'm joined by our wonderful guest, Turkey Tom.
Hello. Oh, they fucking what? They're just saying hi to each other.
Okay. Jesus was Palestinian. Oh, okay. The community note got removed. Yeah, because it's not about sugar. It's about cookies. It's about whether or not the cookies were had the sugar extracted from them as part of a fucking operation. What? Oh, I saw this. If we ever discover why they were restricting sugar-free cookies, okay. You know, I actually didn't know. I didn't know why arbitrary items were not covered. But now that it seems to be the most plausible explanation is that it was because of that they had a list of, that they had trusted suppliers and trusted supply chains, and they just went with those and just let all the other ones sit, and were kind of like, they did have options to get the other goods in, but they just didn't care enough to begin with because they probably thought it would put pressure on Hamas. That's it. Done. That's why it doesn't look like they sat with a list and like, yeah, fine. Yeah, for some reason, Za'atar is fine, but this fucking, like, Sage is not fine. I'm like, okay, dude, what? Because I don't think Sage can be used for weapons or whatever some of these other things are. Shoes. So what's happening to Barghouti? What's this guy saying about it? This Oz guy. Releasing Barghouti would be a big fucking deal for Palestinian politics, possibly the only political figure currently capable of repairing the Hamas-Fatah split. But the rumor should be treated as unconfirmed until he's actually released. Yeah, I agree. Marwan. I think isn't he like an intellectual? Doesn't he? I've heard him described it that way before, but I don't know. I know that he's got the Mandela aura around him, even though he seems to have done a few things that were not so Mandela-y. But yeah, he does have that vibe. I think it's fair. I think it's reasonable. Everyone's an intellectual depending on who you're comparing them to. Okay, that's obviously what I meant. Thank you. Yes. Problem solved. Okay, why was there a dono that I didn't read? He's like Gandhi but violent. Sure. Trans rights crab. You're saying you put a super chat, but I can't see it. Oh, free Ansgar from baby jail. That person. Oh, thank you. But probably not. That guy's crazy. Flamorous, thanks for the tier 2 sub from the very beginning of the stream that I forgot to see. Must have happened when I was off screen. The irreparable damage this stream has done to my psyche. Wow. Wow. Okay. Listen, chat, at the end of the day, I have to go. Okay, I'm hungry. I'm tired. It's 10 to 3. Okay, fuck you. Love you. Go. I'm going to go right out to Lucy. Be cool. She's all right. She's clever. Okay. Bye, guys. Bye. Bye.